Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. We do a mic check here, make sure we're all okay. Good morning. All right, seems like we're good. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning, Julie. Good morning, therapist you know. Baka of 3, OG. Good to see you. We were just talking about you yesterday. Glad you're back with us. Julie D, good morning. Susan B. Womack, good to see you. Dreama Landry, good morning to you. How are you? Oh, Tammy and KS, how are you? Good to see you as well. Erica Hubner, thank you for joining us. Jenny, how are you? Ruth Wally, Fanny Pack, good morning to you guys. Let's hit the like button. I'll do the same. So, no, Grumpy Cat, Cocabella, good morning. Regina, good morning. Glad you guys are joining us. Ohio Palm Mom, Leslie, good morning to you all. So, today we are going to pause on the Todd Mullins case. We're going to pick up on that later this afternoon, but we are going to check in on the Ohio versus Wagner Newcomb family massacre sentencing. So, let's see, Billy Wagner, who is the husband of the Wagners, is supposed to start his trial on Monday the 6th. And then, let's see, 3 other people that were involved with this, I don't know what you want to call it, this massacre, I suppose, are being sentenced today. And that's going to include Jake Wagner, who is his son, Angela Wagner, who is his wife, and Jake's mom, and then Rita Newcomb, who is Angela's mom. So they're getting sentenced today because they all took plea deals. Billy is scheduled to go to trial on Monday, but there's a pretrial for him today at 1. So,
what was the point of the murders? Like, why did they happen?
Why did that? Well, let's see. Aaron's asking, why did the murders happen? Because there was a custody battle over a little child. So, let's see. So Jake was in a custody dispute with one of the, let's see, I'm not sure who it was. Maybe Hannah? I'm not sure which one. To be quite honest, I really don't know much about this trial. So I'm kind of coming in blind with it as you guys are. Maybe you guys know more than I do. But I was going to watch the Billy Wagner trial with fresh eyes. And then I saw that there was going to be a sentencing today for 3 other people involved with this. So this is kind of getting us prepped for. Now, yesterday, Chat was saying that his trial has been kicked out. I don't know. I couldn't find any any confirmation that that was indeed the case. I do know that there's a pretrial. Is that a cat? Nope. I know there's a pretrial for him today. So I'm hoping that we will find out one way or the other if his trial is actually going to start on Monday or if it's been kicked out to April or something like that. So, so Hannah, okay, yeah, Jenny, you probably have done way more research on this than I have. Ida, thank you. Sarah and Shock and Horror, good to see you. Dolly Talk, prosecution hates the judge. Yes, there's definitely been a lot of back and forth. We watched one pretrial motion back in November, and that was the prosecution and the judge were really going at it. The female, I forget. I haven't done much research. I was just going to kind of go into this with fresh eyes with you guys and sort of see where we stand with everything. So let me see if in my notes I have what the prosecution's name was. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I did not write that down. So we're going to find out together. We're just going to find out together. So just kind of a little backstory while we wait for the feed to kick in. So the victims are Kenneth Rhoden, Christopher Rhoden Sr., Dana Rhoden, Gary Rhoden, Clarence Frankie Rhoden, Hannah Mae Rhoden, Christopher Rhoden Jr., and Hannah Hazel Gilley. And they range from 44 down to 16 years of age. So let's see. Billy Wagner was arrested November 13th of 2018. And then authorities allege that the Wagners tampered with evidence, including cameras, a silencer, shell casings, parts of the home security system, and the victim's cell phones. So Judge Hine had announced plans to sentence Jake and Angela Wagner ahead of Billy Wagner's trial. Both Jake and Angela are cooperating with the state under plea agreements, which will see them testify against Billy. These agreements aim to spare Jake, George, and Billy from facing the death penalty. So there's that's a little bit of background. So Billy is accused of fatally shooting 8 members of the Rhoden and Gilley families execution style on April 22nd, 2016. And Billy faces 8 counts of aggravated murder as well as charges related to tampering with evidence, conspiracy, and forgery. Dana, I'm hoping we will see the trial. Mandy, we're going to pick up on Mullis a little bit later today because this is live and I don't want to miss this. I want to capture this live. So Mandy, we will pick up on Todd Mullis a little bit later today, maybe around 2 or 3, because this is supposed to start at 9, and then Billy is supposed to start at 1. So we will pick up on Todd Mullis maybe around 2 or 3. So Jenny says Jake admitted to offing the 5 of the 8. Yeesh. So but why is he going to trial then? If everybody else is taking plea deals, why is he going to trial? That doesn't make sense, right? Mandy, did we get your email? I don't think so. Jules said that you were going to email us, and then I don't believe we ever did get it.
No.
Did you send it to info@? Yeah, we did not get any emails from you yesterday, Mandy. So if you want to send it again, it would be info@trialtvlive.com. Hey, Momo Shark, how are you? Good to see you. So let's see. All right, so we are waiting for the feed to kick in. How many of you are familiar with this case? Dolly says, no point in him taking a plea. DP was already struck by judge. Lauren Jones, the son admitted to killing 5 and the dad killing the rest. The dad has not admitted to it. The son, okay, but I just thought that we just said that he had. Oh, Jake admitted to. Okay, it was Jake that admitted. Okay, not Billy. I see. I'm sorry, I misread that. How do you access the feed? Dana asks through whoever's offering it. So we're going to pick up on whoever's offering it. Ruth Wally says, this case will make your stomach turn, so sad. Hey, hello, miss, how are you? Queen Olive Ruth Ann, I filed this case since it happened. And you watched George's trial. So George went to trial. So one of them did, one of the brothers went to trial. Yeah, I missed all of that. We were, well, we weren't streaming when that was happening, and then at least I don't think we were. I don't know if this was happening this year or not. Tammy and Chaos, we're hoping it starts at 9. That's why we're watching the courts. We're watching the feeds to see who has it, and then we will kick it in. And we're hoping the sentencing is scheduled for 9, and then Billy Wagner's pretrial is scheduled for 1 o'clock. So we're hoping that we can watch that as well, because they have shown his other pretrials. So we're hoping that they will show his final pretrial, because he is scheduled to go to trial on Monday. But then there was some chatter yesterday that maybe that will get kicked out. So we're not 100% sure what we're going to see today, to be quite honest. And we always have Todd Mullis we can fall back on. If this goes sideways and they don't show anything or it gets wonky, we can always go back to Todd Mullis. Hey, Trial Junkies United, how are you? Mandy Strong says it was excellent breakdown of the Mullis trial, but not to read to chat now. Okay, maybe after. Okay, we'll send that along so we can check it out. All right, so we are waiting. Trial Junkies United, are you still up or just getting up? I'm here and ready to go. All right. Good. So what happened to this little kid that the custody battle was over with? Chat, do you guys know? Hey, Ronnie. Trial was in 2022 as part of their plea deals. Jake and Angela Wagner both testified for the state against the eldest son, George Wagner. Okay. Good to know. Thank you for joining us, Ronnie. Always good to see you in our chat. Oh, Trial Junkies, you're up. It's supposed to be 10. What does that mean, Jenny? This is supposed to go on at 10, not 9? I've got that it's supposed to go on at 9. Hey, Paul Youngs, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yep. Hey, Kathy. Let's see. Sentencing is scheduled for 10. Billy's motion's hearing at 1. Okay. Well, then we'll just sit here and chat for an hour, because the feed that I'm looking at says it was starting at 9. So we will... Oh, Brenda Meyer says, I think she ended up in foster care. Okay. Ohio is not Central Time. Ohio is East Coast. I am from Ohio, and I know that is East Coast. Oh, Ida, thank you. Thank you for being here. Where are the cats? I need fur balls. Trial Junkies United, they are outside. Well, one of them's upstairs, the other two are outside, and it's cold. It's like 37 degrees here. Regina, yeah, no worries. Growing up in Ohio, I know the time zone there. And Pike County. All right, while we wait for that, let's see, where exactly is Pike County? That I don't know. I want to think Columbus or Cincinnati. No, not Pike County, PA, Pike County, Ohio. Where is Pike County? So it's outside of Cincinnati, which is well south of where I grew up. I grew up more towards the Cleveland area. So it's pretty far south. That's where Pike County is. So is that where this actually happened, or why did I think it was like closer to Columbus? So it's pretty rural, pretty hilly there too. Yeah, close to Kentucky and West Virginia, down by the border there. All right, so that's where Pike County is. Yeah, Sarah, what gets confusing in the states that have 2 time zones. We actually looked that up, I think, on New Year's Eve, and there was like 14 states that have multiple time zones, which blew me away. I thought it was only like Indiana. I had no idea. You know, Florida is now one of them. Hey, Selena K, good to see you. Joni, oh, you graduated from Xenia High School. Yep, I know Xenia. That's where, yeah, those tornadoes hit. Everybody knows Xenia for the tornadoes. I'm not sure if you were around for that or not, but Mandy says, I went around yesterday in sleeveless shirt, had no idea it was only 61 degrees. Yeah. 29 degrees in southern Illinois, Ida says. Yep, it's chilly today. 36 in West Texas, therapist you know. Grumpy Cat, 35 in the UK. Yeah, I woke up, it was 37, so we're pretty much about the same thing. Nice thing is it kind of warms up here in Florida. Like, I think it's supposed to be about 62 or 3 today, and sunny. It's just clear blue skies. It's absolutely gorgeous. Paul Young's 90 minutes due east of Cincy by car. Yep, that's what it seemed like.
So with this case, do you know who the mother of the child is, and who's getting sentenced today? Is it the mom of the family, or is it the mom of the child? Or?
No, the mom of the child is not getting sentenced because
Okay,
she was killed, I think.
Oh, she was killed. Okay.
Yeah, she was killed. She was Hannah. So the 3 that are getting sentenced are,
The father of the child.
well, let's see, Jake, who is the father
Of the child.
of the child, right?
Not
Yeah.
the father of the family.
No, that's Billy.
Okay.
Billy is the father of the Wagners.
Okay.
And then Jake is the son, and he's getting sentenced. Angela, who is the mother or Billy's wife, she's getting sentenced. And then Rita is also getting sentenced.
So grandma and grandpa. Grandpa has a trial still to happen.
Yeah,
That's this afternoon's hearing,
right.
if it happens.
Mm-hmm.
And then grandma and who else?
Her mom.
Who's that?
That's,
That's grandpa and who's this? Grandma?
yeah, and then the one on the far right, that's Jake.
That's the father.
So the
of
one
the
in,
child.
yeah, and then he went to trial and he got,
Who is he?
that's one of the, that's the brother. Those 2 are brothers.
Oh, okay.
George, I think, is his name.
Okay.
Yeah, we definitely need charts and graphs for this one. Well, we're going to find out together. We're going to learn together. Spreadsheets would be nice. Mandy, has it gone through yet? No, it has not. It's info at, well, here, let me just drop here. Let's try this. Make sure you got the right one. Was it exclamation point email?
So from our source, it's saying it's going to start a little late. There's no information, but they just know that there's a hearing today.
Okay,
So
okay.
we just got to talk.
Yeah. Hey, Mandy, I just dropped it in. If it's info at trialtvlive.com. So it has not come in yet. All right, let's, while we're waiting, let's do, let me see if I can just find some background stuff. Let's see, I'm going to leave that there. Leave chat open over here. All right, let's look up some, let's look them up. Wagner family. Let's do some research together. No, Cincinnati Enquirer, I do not want to pay. Cincinnati Enquirer, no, I do not want to pay. $45, sorry. Okay, here, Understanding the Pike County Massacre. It's been dubbed the largest murder investigation in Ohio. The murder of 8 family members in a small community made national headlines. The victims, Christopher Rhoden, Sr. 40, Clarence Frankie Rhoden 20, Dana Lynn Rhoden 37, Gary Rhoden 38, Hannah Mae Rhoden 19, Hannah Gilley 20, Kenneth Rhoden 44, and Christopher Rhoden Jr. 16 were shot and killed in or near their 4 homes. My goodness. 4 members of an associated family, George Billy Wagner, his wife Angela, so, okay, Billy Wagner and his wife Angela and their sons George and Jake have been charged with the murders. So all 4 Wagners face a slew of charges, including 8 counts each of aggravated murder, as well as charges of conspiracy, tampering with evidence, and aggravated burglary. Other family members have also been charged with acts to cover up the crime. So the bodies of the Rhoden family members were first discovered on the morning of April 22nd, 2016 by Bobby Jo Manley, the ex-sister of Chris Rhoden? How can you be an ex-sister? I think my brother, ex-sister-in-law. Okay. I think my brother-in-law is dead, Manley told 911 dispatch. Then Rhoden Sr. and his cousin Gary were found inside his trailer. After finding the bodies, Manley and a friend checked a nearby trailer and found Clarence Rhoden, also known as Frankie, and his fiancée, Hannah Gilley, dead, their bodies riddled with bullets. So now Frankie is 20. She was 20. And Clarence Let's see. Clarence was 20. Oh, no, wait. Clarence Frankie and Hannah Gilly. Okay, so those two were engaged. So they were both 20. So Frankie Rhoden was 20. Hannah Gilly were 20. They were killed as well. The children, Frankie's 3-year-old son and Frankie and Hannah's Gilly and Frankie and Hannah Gilly's baby, who was likely nursing at the time, survived, but the baby was covered in blood. Jesus, this is just unbelievable. Later that same day, another cousin, Donald Stone, found the brother of Chris Sr., Kenneth Rhoden, dead inside his trailer about 15 minutes away. Hannah Rhoden's 2-year-old daughter with Jake was staying at a different location. She was also found unharmed. So at least they didn't kill the kids and the babies. This is just incredible. So there was allegations of marijuana growing operation, cockfighting, which led the public to speculate about a possible cartel connection. So in June of 2017, Attorney General at the time, Mike DeWine, who is now the governor, issued a public inquiry about 4 individuals: Billy Wagner, Angela Wagner, George Wagner, and Jake Wagner. All 4 were former residents on Peterson Road in Peebles, Ohio, at the time of the murder, and were believed to be residing in Alaska. Interesting. So all but one of the victims were shot multiple times in the head. So these guys, definitely did it execution style. So investigators said the Wagner family, a longtime friend of the Rhodens, were embroiled in a custody dispute over Hannah and Jake's then 2-year-old daughter. So at the time, an attorney for the Wagner family said all 4 family members had provided laptops, phones, and DNA samples to investigators and agreed to be interviewed. A short time later, the family moved to Alaska. So the FBI tracked Billy to Lexington, Kentucky. He was driving a horse trailer and he was pulled over, and that's when he was arrested. Police also arrested 2 additional family members. Rita Newcomb, who is Angela's mother, she's going to be sentenced today, was indicted on 3 counts of forgery, 1 count of obstructing justice, and 1 count of perjury. So Frederica Wagner, Billy's mom, was indicted on 1 count of obstructing justice and 1 count of perjury. According to that indictment, both women lied to a grand jury. Man, this is tangled, seriously tangled. The indictment also alleges that Newcomb forged a custody document 19 days before the 8 members of the Rhoden family were offed. According to documents, the Rhoden family said the Wagners tried to get Hannah to sign her parental rights over to Jake weeks before the massacre. Now, charges were eventually dropped for Frederica. So she was obstructing justice and 1 count of perjury.
That's his testimony. Jenny just said it.
Let's see. So the Wagner family continued to deny that they had any knowledge of why anyone had invaded the Rhodens' compound and then killed them with silenced guns. Then on the 5th anniversary of the murders, a status hearing in Pike County courtroom turned into a surprise plea deal. A.G. DeWine, now he was governor back then, but it says A.G. DeWine stood at the Pike County courthouse steps with members of the Rhoden family and announced the youngest son, Jake Wagner, had agreed to a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. So Jake did not want to face the death penalty, and he took a plea deal. Now he's being sentenced today. According to the court documents, Wagner agreed to a deal pleading guilty to 23 counts, including 8 counts of aggravated murder. Jake also pleaded guilty to felony conspiracy, aggravated burglary, unlawful possession of a dangerous ordinance, tampering with evidence, forgery, unauthorized use of property, interception of wire and oral communications, obstruction of justice, and engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity, as well as unlawful sexual conduct with a minor, Jesus, who was 13 when the relationship began. This is unbelievable.
Jenny just sent over something she put together on this whole case. So
okay. All right, we'll look at. Nope, Jenny's got scene 1, scene 2.
And
Awesome.
pictures too.
And pictures? Are the pictures in here?
There
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you for sending this. This is great. All right, let me get through this. Thank you, Jenny. Let me get through this this news article first. All right, so Jake is having relationships with Hannah, who is 13. I guess she gets pregnant. Let's see, how old was she when Hannah, she was 19, so if her child was, 2 at the time, so she had her when she was 17 or so. Judge Randy Deering asked Jake, "It's not anticipated that you will ever be released. You will ever be released from prison. Do you understand that?" And Jake said, "I do." Is that cat coming in? No. Okay. Okay, so the prosecutor said Jake Wagner's deal also included an agreement that will allow Angela and Billy and George to avoid the death penalty, but that meant Jake would have to testify in each of their trials. Following his confession, Angela, who is his mom, then she pled guilty to conspiracy to commit aggravated murder along with burglary, evidence tampering, and other charges in September of 2021. In exchange for her plea, prosecutors dropped the aggravated murder charges against her and recommend that she serve a 30-year prison sentence. Okay. So she's looking at 30 years. Jake is looking at life. He's never going to get out. And then what is Rita? Rita's the third one. What is she looking at? So Billy, who is going to be a pretrial later today, and Jake's brother, or George is the fourth, they maintain their innocence. But George, I think, went to trial, right? Okay, so George was first up. So he started September of 2022, and he was indicted on 22 counts, including 8 counts of aggravated murder, 4 counts of aggravated burglary, 3 counts of tampering with evidence, 1 count of conspiracy, 1 count of unlawful possession of dangerous ordinance. Is that like bombs, right? Isn't ordinance usually considered a bomb? 1 count of forgery, 1 count of unauthorized use of computer or telecommunications, 1 count of interception of wire, oral, or electronic communications, 1 count of obstructing justice, and 1 count of engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity. Wonder what that is. Family members have testified that Hannah Rhoden was scared of the entire Wagner family, and they were obsessed with taking custody of Hannah's child. Witnesses at that trial described Jake as an older, abusive boyfriend who tried to control Hannah. And then the cousin, Kendra Rhoden, daughter of Kenneth, said Hannah had confided in her about the abuse. Hannah had not only told me she played audio recordings of Jake admitting to hitting her, choking her, pushing her against the wall. Oh, not only told me, but also played audio recordings. Man. Prosecutors at George's trial, who is the brother of Jake, son of Billy, said the dispute over Hannah and Jake's daughter was the motive behind what happened. Prosecutors during that trial said the Wagner family planned the killings for months using guns with homemade silencers. Unbelievable. Trial testimony also revealed some of the Wagner men attended the funerals for the Rhodens. Video shows the men arriving at Gary Rhoden's funeral before they were considered suspects. This is just amazing. Why isn't Jake in prison for SA? Well, he's about to be, I think. Selena K, we have been demonetized. We're going to be out until February, end of February. We're going to reappeal, but you can go to our Patreon if you want to support us there. We also have cups of coffee and Venmo if you feel you want to support us that way as well.
Well, there's memberships there.
I'll drop in Patreon. Right? Is it? I think.
It's happening.
Oh, okay. Yep. Here we go. All right. So if you want to support us via Patreon, that'd be cool. Oh, and therapist. Everybody's dropping in Everybody's dropping in Patreon. There you go. Patreon. And thank you, Selena, for wanting to support us. Appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Yeah. All you have to do is ask, and we deliver. Let's see what else. Okay. Oh, this is therapist. You know, this is your favorite word I'm about to read. Investigators hoped a cell phone tower dump would point them in the right direction. Investigators issued a search warrant to an undisclosed cell provider and asked for information about all the devices that connected to a tower during a certain time frame. Hey, Pammy. Yeah, I'm not sure if there is going to be a trial delay. We'll see. We're going to find out because there's going to be a pretrial for Billy at 1, theoretically. So we're going to find out. Yeah, ugh. So you can look for patterns. So they're talking about the cell phone. It works well in big cities because there's lots of towers and kind of pinpoint things down. Unfortunately, here everyone in Pike County was on those towers, so I guess that could be a problem. So let's see.
Do we have any news clips and videos to watch?
We could. I just.
Okay, well, it's not going to start until 10, so.
It seems like we're not going to start till 10 now. Okay, let me see if I can find.
Or at least that's what the word on the street is.
Word on the street is okay. Let's see.
I would just open up the browser and where you are now. Or not. It's up to you. I can't believe the children are outside.
Let me see if I can find. Okay, let's find Jake Wagner. If I can find just him. Let's see if this is actually just him. That's a news. I think they're gonna. They're gonna hit us with a copyright strike. I don't want to play just news.
Never mind then. It's okay.
Do you think I can just play that?
I don't know. I wouldn't take any chances.
Yeah. Just trying to find something we can play with that's not just straight up news. Because they don't like that. And they, excuse me, they'll hit us with a copyright strike. Yeah, everything is just news. I can't just find him actually just pleading guilty. Let me see if I can find Angela taking her plea. Yeah, it's just a bunch of news. All right, let's just continue reading. Okay. So George's brother Jake took the stand speaking for more than 6 hours. So that was, okay, so during George's trial, Jake, who took the plea deal and is being sentenced today, he took the stand against his brother. At one point, Jake said, "I had decided I had no other choice than to kill Hannah." And that's the mother of his child. But Jake testified he was not the only one who initially felt that way, saying, "My father first mentioned it to me." Jake said he initially had a suggestion, which was to kill Hannah and make it look like her then boyfriend Corey Holdren had done it to make it look like a suicide. According to Jake's testimony, it appears George never pulled a trigger on the night of the murders. However, the younger Wagner said things were not supposed to end up how they did, at least at the first crime scene, where Chris Rhoden and Gary Rhoden died. Jake testified George was in a firing position outside Chris Rhoden's house. Jake said he told him, George, to shoot, but he didn't. So Jake said he grabbed George's gun and began shooting. And then Angela testified as well. Okay, therapist, sent some stuff as well. Okay, thank you for that, therapist. We'll definitely go back to that. So George Wagner IV was sentenced to life. So that's the brother. So we got Billy Wagner, who's the father, Angela Wagner, who's the mother, right? Then you've got Jake, who's being sentenced today. George IV was sentenced to life without parole. That's the four of them. Then you've got Rita Newcomb, who is the mother of Angela Wagner. She's being sentenced today as well. All right, so that kind of gets us up to date. Let's get to this. This is a transcripts. Let's see. So we have some transcripts from George's trial, which are 1,077 pages. Not going to go through that, but interesting. Jenny says, Angela and Jake were super close, but Angela and George were not. Okay, that's good to know. So let's talk about the victims while we wait for the sentencing of Jake, Angela, and Rita. So there were eight family members that were killed, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah. So Christopher Rhoden Sr., 40, patriarch of the family. He was grandfather to 4, father to Clarence Frankie and Hannah Mae and Chris Jr. So they all passed away as well. Frankie, Hannah Mae, and Chris Jr., along with Dad. So they wiped out the entire family. Man. He resold cars purchased at auctions private sellers and family friends for resale. Now this came from Jenny, so appreciate it. Appreciate this, Jenny. He also hauled gravel, built decks, fixed roofs, did excavation work seasonally for Big Bear Lake Family Resort in Lucasville. Said to be a kind person who would do anything for anyone. He had 9 gunshot wounds to his head. Whew, man. Oh, Selena, thank you so much for becoming a Patreon member. We really appreciate that, Selena. Let me see what... really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Rabbit ears for Selena. Cool. Thank you, Selena. So 9 gunshot wounds to his head. Man. 1 through wall prior to hitting him. He only had 1 defensive wound on his right forearm. So were they shooting from the outside, it sounds like? It sounds like Jake said George was going to do it, didn't. He grabbed the gun and just started shooting. So were they outside? But how could they be that accurate? All right, so 9 to his head. That's pretty brutal. What did they get out of unaliving them all, Shirley asks. They wanted custody of the daughter, and I suppose they got it for a little bit. Oh, did I misspell something, little miss? Let me see. Let me see if I can correct that. Let's see here. We should go back to, that was a deliberate, that was a deliberate misspelling. Remember we used to play that game? I can't get into my studio right now, so it's going to have to just be incorrect. Okay, let's see. So then Gary Rhoden, 38, cousin to Chris Sr., self-employed. He had 2 gunshots to his head. Man. 1 on the side of his head and 1 to his face. Man, these people were brutal. Holy smokes. And then Frankie Rhoden, he was 20. He was the son of Christopher. He had 3 gunshot wounds to his head. And then his fiancée, Hannah, she was a mother of Rugger Lee. 5 gunshot wounds. And 1 to her left eye because she moved. Man, this is just, the more I discover, the more it's just brutal. All right, let's see what this is. Kristen just sent this, 8 hours. Jury hears wiretap recordings made. All right, let me keep going through this. So Dana Rhoden, 4 gunshot wounds to the right side of her face and 1 under her chin. Christopher Rhoden Jr., 16, 4 gunshot wounds to his head. Hannah Rhoden, 19, mother to Sophie. She was formerly, okay, so she was married to Jake. And she had a 4-year-old daughter. Oh, they had a 4-day-old, okay. They had a 4-year-old daughter and a 4-day-old? Okay, so they had Sophie. So she's 19 and she had a 4-year-old daughter, so that was she was 15 when she had Sophie. And then she had a 4-day-old daughter with Kylie, with Corey. Sophie was with the Wagners when the death occurred. Kylie, so Hannah was nursing Kylie, and she gets two gunshot wounds to her face. Wow. So she was 15 when she had Sophie with Jake, and I guess that's who the Wagners wanted custody over. And then she had a baby, a 4-day-old daughter with Corey Holdren. So she's 19 and she's shot in the face while she's nursing her 4-day-old daughter. Unbelievable. And they left the baby alive beside her dead mother. Yep. That's pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. All right, so Kenneth Rhoden, he's 44, 1 gunshot wound through the eye. I did.
It's just a wiretap.
I know.
Okay.
Is it? I'm not even sure where to start to play and what to do with it. All right. While we wait, therapist sent some stuff for us to. And this was George's trial.
About, but and maybe somebody could fill me in on this. What I'm looking at is a transcript that says, when I get home, what I get to do. I get to explain the cold-hearted, stupid truth to him. So thank you. Now, what cold-hearted, stupid truth are they talking about?
Yeah, Your Honor, this is actually in conjunction with another call that is coming in where Angela is confronting Jake about the same thing. It's because they have told, because Becky,
from a spreadsheet that we use in the it was granted by the court with that. So on the far left side, you'll see the vanity name. The truck devices were named TS and then a letter. So A, B, C, and D, and then E. Eventually, 1 was replaced due to audio issues. Dated June 14th, 2018 at 16:34. The context notes read, Jake and George Wagner discuss a, quote, wish list of firearms.
This darn computer wish list. Get that. And it was created on 2/11/2015, modified on 5/1/2015. Soonest from your computer. And it says, where are you at? It says, title, Georgia, not Georgia. Lock 9mm, Rhoden 96 caliber. Lock revolver, Taurus revolver 57. Random 514 carry Random target 1922. We're just 9.30 infield mark 2303. Infield mark 2303. Mark 2 target 303. Third take 70 camo, third take 70 trap, right to 1187 12. Rear rim 77 270, rear rim 77 point, right to wood match 39 6, rear rim 77 26, CZ 22, FKF 17 39. This is mom. Force 145, 9mm, American 22, Cricket 22. This is that. Coach gun 12 gauge, full barrel 22 mag, 22 gauge over and under. Zodiac 30-6, Rhoden 92 9mm, Derringer, MK2 Ruger 2245, CZ 22 or 223, Keltec TMR 30. This is Sophie, Cricket 22. Then it says Jake, American Scoremaster, and 22 Black, American Target Master, 22 Satin, Ruger 1022 in olive green, Rossi 410 22 olive green. So do I.
Object to what? This particular thing that you're looking at here on the screen is not evidence either. The evidence is from the witness and from the audio tape itself. So just so that you're aware of what we're doing. Now, I think this is being presented to try to aid you in understanding, but the court's going to make some rulings on.
All right, therapist, I went to 159 and then also 659, so I'm not quite sure where to play.
On what we show and what we do not show, because you need to focus on the evidence, which is the audio tape itself, all right? And those listening aids that you have are just listening aids, and this that appears up here is not evidence either, all right? So you may proceed to ask your questions, if you have any more questions of this witness.
I have none. If we could please play, the audio will be 2A.
I can't help it. Your mom talks really loud on the phone. I was in the back room doing my job applications and stuff, and I couldn't help hearing that she was telling you that you ought to respect me again.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what did you say? So you couldn't help hearing what?
I couldn't help overhearing because I was in the back room and I heard your mom telling you that you should suspect me again. Or more accurately, that you should never have quit suspecting me. And, kind of ruined the day.
Well, more along the lines
I can't hear you. What was that?
saying that
What was that?
she wasn't exactly saying that I should still look at that stop sign. It was more along the lines of, are you sure that I should say that? Like, are you just going to take what somebody said and just drop the subject? Because apparently somebody said something else that wasn't what she said before. Like, first it's did, it's did, it's did. It's, I don't know, something like that.
I didn't hear any of that. You keep freaking out.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
I said that Mom had said that she wanted to know if I could still what she said and just drop it after that. Because apparently somebody had told her that you did, but you did, but you did. Jumping back and forth. Something like that or whatnot. I don't know exactly what she did.
Okay, so as I understand it, there's some questions about how old was the essay occurred. Okay, so what Jenny sent was Hannah was 19. She had a 4-year-old with Jake. So that means she was 15 when she had Sophie. So Jake is messing around. They were 13 when she met. I'm not sure how old he is right now, but probably maybe he was 20, 21, 22, now, so 18, 19, something like that. So Hannah was 15 when she had Sophie.
She's just extremely worried.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Are you okay?
Nope. What?
It's okay.
No, it's really not.
What?
It's not really sustainable to live with this kind of suspicion.
What was that?
I said it's not really sustainable to live under this kind of suspicion.
No, not exactly.
Neither do I.
All I'm saying is she's going to leave it all up to me, and what happens, whether anything happens or not, is all on me. So, I don't know exactly what that is. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
What's wrong?
It's just really, really difficult to live with someone who thinks that I'm worse than a murderer. And who is so willing to believe it. Someone who's like jumping to believe that I'm worse than a murderer. All relationships are built by trust and destroyed by distrust. And this kind of
All right, looks like we've got, sorry for the echo, hold on. Looks like we've got some action in the courthouse, so I'm going to bounce back over to that, and I'll talk a little bit, and we can kind of recap what's happened so far, what's going on. So just hang on for a second. All right. So here is, got a feed. It's interesting that they got the camera lens with the crosshairs in the middle there and the framing on the side. I wonder if they're going to get rid of that or not. All right, so this is all over custody of a 4-year-old, Sophie, as I'm starting to understand. Again, I don't know much about this case, but I've just learned in the last
Mic check, mic check. This is a shotgun. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Therapist, you know, Jenny, Aaron, everybody throwing in information researching. Thank you guys. Thank you for all of that. So this basically a family of 8 was gunned down, pretty much all shot in the head by the Wagners, allegedly. Although Jake has admitted it, so it's not alleged anymore. All over the custody of a 4-year-old girl named Sophie. Not sure about a shotgun, Julie. They made homemade silencers, so I'm not sure what kind of gun was used. Shotgun mic check. Oh. Can you hear me? Am I not? Is the audio okay? Okay. So audio is okay, guys? Let me know. Is my audio okay? Thank you, Pammy. When people say something about a mic check or audio's off, I got to find out what's going on. Thank you, therapist. Thank you, Momo Shark, Dream Landry, Brat. Thank you, Erica. Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Okay, guys. Thank you, guys. Okay. So today we'll kind of rewind because I said this an hour ago, but now here we are. Actually, we got a feed. So we're going to hear the sentencing of 3 members that were involved in killing 8 members of the Rhoden family. Jake Wagner, Angela Wagner, who is his mother, and Rita Newcomb, who is Angela's mother. Oh, it's okay, Julie. No worries. When I see mic check something, I'm like, whoop, that's my audio. It's all good. Hey, young black economist, how are you? So that's from Jake's testimony. The judge goes, where's your brother's name? George raising all from hell, Wagner. Judge doesn't miss a beat. And your mother? Angela the Angel Wagner. Yeah. Thank you, Brenda. Gordon, what about you? What's with the frowny, crying face? What's up with you, Gordon? You okay, buddy? How old was Rita? Rita is the mom of Angela, so if Angela's in her 40s or 50s, I would think Rita's got to be 70s maybe? Let's see if we can find out while we wait. Let's find out how old is Rita Newcomb? Rita Newcomb, how old is she? One of the 2 grandmothers accused of helping to cover up the Rhoden family homicide agreed to a plea deal. The first resolution, she's accused of forging custody documents related to the case and then lying to a grand jury. She pled guilty to a reduced misdemeanor charge of obstructing official business. Alternate feed if I need it. Okay. Thanks, Aaron. Trying to find out. Oh, she's 66. So she is 66. Rita is 66. Rita Newcomb is 66 years old. Now, this article was written in 2019. So she's now 72. So she's 72. So I changed that to 72. So she pled guilty a year ago, which would have been 2018, to the charges related into her role. Investigators say that custody and control of children was at the heart of the motive. And so Rita is accused of forging custody documents not only for Jake, but also for George. And those 2 are brothers. And they're sons of Billy Wagner and Angela. Angela's going to be on sentencing today. Billy, theoretically, is having a pretrial today, possibly going to trial on Monday. So what other questions? So Jake is 32 and Angela's 54. So let's see. Let's do some math here. If Hannah was 19 in 2018, which is now 8 years, so another 8 years, so she'd be 27, so he's 32. So if she was, let's see, that's 27 to 32 is 5. So if she was 19 when she died, and he was another 5, so he was 24. So he was like 20 when he was having sex with her when she was 15. You know, you guys were asking how old he was, so he was like 19, 20, 21. Therapist, you know, what would you say the psychology behind the red floored courtroom is? Well, red generally it helps you lose track of time. A lot of casinos and restaurants use red. It's also considered a fast color, so with cars, think, you know, Corvettes, Porsches. So is it for losing track of time in a courtroom? That's a good question. I'd have to look up that. Let's see what. Oh, Kathy Smith and Mandy Strong. Thank you guys for buying us cups of coffee. Really appreciate that. Kathy and Mandy, thank you guys. Really appreciate that. So, young black economist, good morning. I know a lot about this case. I live a couple of counties away. My mom works with some people who live down the street at the hospital. Wow, okay. Well, young black economist, let's see. I was 4 days old when crime happened. One was 4 days old. Yes. Not you were 4 days old. Sorry, young. Yes, Kylie was 4 days old. She was the daughter of Hannah and Corey Haldren. Now, Hannah was connected with Jake, and they had a 4-year-old. That's what the custody battle was all about. And then she hooked up with this guy named Corey. They had a 4-day-old daughter. Kylie was shot dead. 4-day-old daughter was nursing, covered in blood when they found her. So I hope that helps. Fowler says, that go for the red punk me heels people always comment on women wearing? Well, you know, red can be used in a lot of different ways, that's for sure. Lipstick, romance, color of red, hearts. Wow, look at what's on the screen. Do you guys see that yet? That's the videographer getting things together. User menu, VF marker. See, this is kind of fun. Being a tech guy, I like to see all this background stuff. Red is a power color. Think we need a dysfunctional family tree. Well, we kind of have one. I think therapist sent one. Yeah, I don't know how to show this to you guys. It's just a image. If we could show that, but
Save it to your desktop and then add an image.
oh, okay, all right. Erin is she's just the best. All right.
Producing on the fly.
Family dysfunctional tree. Let's see. All right, so here is the dysfunctional tree, you guys. If that helps you, in therapists, you know, found this for us. All right, so check it out. So Frederica Wagner and Rita Newcomb, those are the grandmothers, if you will. So Frederica Wagner and Billy Wagner, that's mother and son. Rita Newcomb and Angela Wagner, that's mother and daughter. So then Billy and Angela are married, right? So then they have 2 kids, George Wagner IV, and then Jake Wagner, right? Then Hannah and Jake get together when he's 20 and she's 15. well, she was 13 when they got together, so he was like 18, 19. They're having sex because they have a baby. So she was 15, 14, 15 when she had Sophia, I'm sorry. And that's what this custody battle is all about. So then they break up. I don't know if they ever got married or not. So they're not together anymore. And then Hannah gets together with Corey Haldren, and they have a daughter, Kylie, and she's 4 days old when Hannah gets killed. So then all the other people there, Dana Rhoden, Christopher Rhoden, Gary Rhoden, Kenneth Rhoden, Hannah Gilley, Frankie Rhoden, Christopher Rhoden Jr., they are all shot in the head, basically. Not basically, yeah. Kathy Smith, she was definitely well under 18 when they were doing what they were doing. Fox 19 has a good article on this too. Okay. Yeah, Mandy, I agree. This is a major. All right, so I hope that helps a little bit. Some people coming in. Oh, I think that's Rita. That might be Rita, you guys. All right, I'm going to close this up. I believe that's Rita. Why she's not in, I don't know why she's in street clothes. That's Rita Newcomb, I believe. Now, I'm not sure what she's doing like misdemeanors, so she may not be in jail. Now, Angela is facing 30 years, and Jake is facing life. I'm not sure what Rita Newcomb is facing.
I'm so shocked at the crosshairs.
Dreama Landry, yeah. Yeah, that's Rita. So she's, what did we say? She was 66 in 2019, so another 6 years. 60. She's like 72 now.
Why isn't she in custody?
Why isn't she in custody? Well, she's only pleading like to a misdemeanor now. She was just involved in forgery and lying to a grand jury. So she didn't pull a trigger or anything.
Sus.
So she may even be out on bail. Who knows? Yeah, Shirley Roth, it is crazy to annihilate another side of the family. So she's on house arrest, Jennifer says. Thank you for that, Jennifer. Detective Squeege. I am Detective Squeege.
It bothers me they have the crosshairs on.
I know. Well, it is what it is.
Can we complain to on crime?
Should I go to that other feed, or is it too late now?
I don't know. Let's look.
Let me see what this feed is like.
You're still waiting for them.
They're still waiting.
It is what it is.
God, they even have two scheduled. If you go to their homepage, they have two things. They have two streams scheduled.
Really?
All right, well, we'll just let that go. So I'm kind of understanding. I kind of, like in the last hour, I kind of got my head around this trial now, or this case.
I'll keep an eye on it. The other feed.
Yeah, Baca. I don't know why she's all smiles, but maybe she's nervous. Who knows? Probably the copyright sign. No, because then you see the frame. See the frames around it? I think that's just the camera to make sure that they have it centered.
That's totally a setting in the camera.
Yeah.
They just forgot to turn it off.
Yeah. Somebody in the production truck should be saying, "Turn that off. Turn that setting off."
I'd be screaming at them.
Yeah, Little Miss, we're not sure. We're not sure if it's been delayed or not. He's supposed to be, well, some were saying that it's delayed until like April. We'll find out today, because hopefully at 1 o'clock, he's supposed to have a pretrial based on this, what happens here. So I'm hoping that we find out when his trial is, but at least we will find out today, one way or the other. Are you? So, young black economist, if you're a few counties away, can we get you to maybe go to Billy's trial? Mm-hmm. Is that something you have any interest in doing, and being our boots on the ground? Maybe for a day or two? That'd be cool if you could. Email us. If you, Aaron's going to drop the email link. If that's something that you... Oh no, we just froze. Why did they freeze? Why did the feed freeze? All right, their feed just froze, chat. So just.
It did. Oh.
In the court, feed just froze. The actual feed itself is not frozen, and we're okay because you see
For
me.
once.
We're okay. So their feed froze. Oh, there we go. Just kicked in. All right. Oh, and they took off. Nope, they still have the crosshairs.
Yeah.
All right. So it's the courtroom feed that froze, but it'll kick back in a second. Oh, you're in Atlanta. Oh, you were in Ohio last week, but I can't handle the cold. Had to come back. Yeah, I hear you. Well, young black economist, do you have any friends or family members that would want to go?
Stop it.
Sorry. Wow, camera. Get ready for some crazy camera chat. This camera operator is...
Flipping it over. Jesus.
Oh,
Trying to make everybody. Wow.
Kelly Weimer. Peacock is streaming the series now, the whole story. Interesting, okay.
What?
Little Miss Newcomb was accused of forging custody documents related to the case and then lying about it to a grand jury. Yes.
What documents and why would she forge them? Related to this case?
Yeah, everything's and same with Angela.
Oh, what documents?
What
would she
documents?
forge?
Yeah. Little Miss, do you know what documents? Oh, forging custody documents.
Oh.
Okay. All right, this camera operator.
Yikes.
Come on now. Get your act together. Get some more coffee. Camera operator needs some more coffee.
Right.
Who hired the camera operator? Bozo the clown? Yeah, Jennifer. Truly. Oy. This is
Did they drop it?
this is not good. Let's let's hope that they fix this. You got eyes on that other feed?
I do.
All right.
It's not live.
All right. We have another feed that we may go to.
They're not live though.
They're not live yet. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, Brad, camera operator is experimenting on art shots of the window. Yes.
Good lord.
Oh, major snowstorm coming in Ohio, Brenda. Yeah, I know. Lots like Tennessee,
Somebody
Ohio.
computer- Yeah.
Oh, and then the live view kicks in. We know that. Live view.
That means they're offline.
All right. So we wait.
Yeah, they went offline.
Let's hope they come back. We'll just watch their scales of justice for a minute. Snow here in Pennsylvania. Yep. They were even talking about possible snow in northern Florida, which would be crazy. Flashbacks to trial 1. I didn't watch that, therapist. So again, if Billy Wagner's
What in the
trial is going to be like this, and or this is sentencing, I mean, it's just a sentencing.
Everybody thinks our scales of justice lady is creepy.
I
That's
know.
creepy.
They're just as creepy, yeah. Yeah, Sarah, camera person, did not have their coffee this morning. -8 with wind chill here, 0 snow. Oof. 7, calling for 7, now 3 inches. First calling for 7, now 3 inches, Jenny says. He's trying their artistic shots. Yes, only fan. And now we get their scales of justice.
Lady, creepy.
Yes. Snow in Ontario, but that's very usual. I was going to say, Lily Wayne, Ontario's probably got snow in August. It is so blurry, Lady Justice looks like she's holding a crossbow, Julie says. Yeah, it does look like she's holding a crossbow. Snow coming in the UK? Really, Gordon? Yeah. Do you guys get much snow in the UK? I guess northern. Yeah, I guess so. Looks like she's floating in water. Allie B from Tennessee. Or she's floating underwater.
Yeah, it looks like it's underwater.
Yeah. Or is that an anchor?
What's probably a background graphic that they put other graphics on top, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's just enough to be there, but...
Mm-hmm. Well, this is going to stink if they don't show it.
Yeah, especially when they have, like, everybody waiting.
Yep. So, this is what we deal with live court. We just...
Beholden to them.
Lots of hurry up and wait. Sit around and wait.
It's
Oh,
back on.
and they're back. All right, all right. Looks like we're back. Yes, Little Miss, we have that feed as well. Thank you. We have that as a backup, but this one just popped in again. Not quite August. Snow season can be October to May. August is the end of black fly and mosquito season. August is good. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, this is fun. We get to see the behind the... So that's all live view. This guy is, or camera person is working the live view. Or maybe that's camera setups. White balance, yeah. So this is camera setup. Ah, so we're going to see him turn off display.
Yeah,
We're going to hopefully see him turn
display
off.
setting, yeah.
Go to display settings. Where output? Nope.
Come on, bro. You can do it.
All right, we're watching in real time. Did I get the article? No, I did not, Little Miss. Oh, there it is. Just came in. Okay. Let's see.
I hope it's kind of what he's doing.
Come on, bro, you can do it. Okay.
Go.
He got that turned off, but we still have the frame and the crosshairs. See, and there is no like production truck anymore. There used to be, you know, a whole producer, a director, all that stuff, and now it's just some guy or woman,
He didn't figure it out.
somebody out in the field with a camera and a live view,
No.
trying to figure it out.
Well, they hire freelancers,
And they hire freelancers.
and there's no guarantee a freelancer's going to know what they're doing.
That is true.
As long as you can plug it in and turn it on, that's about as much as they want.
Yep. Yep.
So, yeah, he's trying again. User, maybe that's it.
Little does he know that The whole world is watching him right now.
Still got the cross. He just can't figure it out. Let's
How
see
do-
if he's gonna try again.
How do I turn off those crosshairs and those frame marks? If the, Jenny, if the camera person is applying for a job, it's not going well. Yeah, surely the guy is new, doesn't know what to choose. Young black economist pulled someone from a local cornfield. Yeah.
Well, I just wonder if.
Oh, there's Jake. We've got Jake in the house.
Hey, good evening.
Jake in Elwood. Is he
We're
part of the?
behind? Remember.
Is he part of the Blues Brothers?
Remember. we're
Oh,
behind.
sorry guys. Yep. Sorry. I'm a little fast. All right, there. Phone a friend, dude. Paul Youngs. I can deal with the crosshairs. All right, we have Jake and we have Rita. Now we're just waiting for Angela. Yeah, he is in the crosshairs. Hey, Dead Bear Kill. How are you today? Happy New Year to you. Anytime I hear the name Jake, I think Jake from State Farm. Yeah, therapist. Nobody told the camera operator about the cock seal trick. Brat, that's funny. Yeah, he does look arrogant. Little miss, I agree. Every picture I've seen of him. Scott R.S. Footy, that's the camera operator trying to figure it out. We've been watching him trying to figure out how to turn off the crosshairs and the frame. See the framing on the outside? That's a setting in the camera that they're trying to figure it out. You hear sound? Should I? I'll wait till the judge pops in, then I'll go quiet.
Yeah, you gotta turn this down. You should turn this thing down in the courtroom.
Ellie B from Tennessee. Why are they just now getting sentenced? I thought that happened a while ago. Maybe I'm crazy. What about George's sentencing? George is already, let's see, has George been sentenced? Probably. I think they were all trying to work out plea deals in accordance with Billy's upcoming trial. Bad taste in Massacre. Okay, here comes Angela. All right, I'm going to go radio silent. Well, not quite yet. Okay, this is Angela coming in. She's facing up to 30 years. Her son Jake, who she's going to be sitting next to, well, not quite. He's facing life. So here comes Angela. She faces up to 30. Her son Jake is facing life. And her mom, Rita, who she just, I'm ahead of you guys, but she just smiled at her. Wow, extreme zoom. All right, so Angela smiles at her mom. You'll see it in a second. George is in prison and appealing it. Thank you, Jenny. Yeah, why is she smiling? Well, she saw her mom. Oh, Mom. Yep, she just smiled at her mom. And I'm not sure what Rita is facing. That's this woman's mother. Angela is the daughter to Rita. Rita's sitting across from her. So Jake's in the orange jumpsuit. Angela is right here, and then Rita is sitting. Looks like she's going to say something, right? She's got something in her hand. Yeah, she's going to say something. I'm not sure what Rita is facing. She's just like a misdemeanor charges, I think, for like lying to a grand jury. So she probably will just maybe, I don't know, a year, a couple months, who knows? Yeah, they're in the jury box, therapist, yes. Lots of police around them, though. They each have like three officers around them. They're not taking any chances. Probably both sides, for them doing something and for people doing something to them. Nope, trying to get a close-up. Okay, whoa, camera swinging around. Get ready, chat. Camera operator's going to be swinging. She didn't look at her son, Folly. Yeah, I don't think she did, right? Yep, camera, get ready. Get ready to be sick. Ugh, this camera operator. Oh, is Curville with us? I didn't see. Curville, how you doing? I didn't see you come in. Hope you're having a good one. Lots of police presence. Yeah, David. Lots of police. And it might be for both sides, you know, meaning people may want to hurt them. So I could see that as well. That was it the Crumley? There was a lot of police presence because people wanted to hurt them. So it could be not only to protect the judge and the lawyers against the defendants, it's to, you know, protect the defendants against everybody in the room. Sarah, this is the first and last day for this camera operator. I agree. I think a camera person needs to be fired. Jennifer, yes. All right, we're just waiting on the judge. So is this going to be Judge Hein? Is that how you pronounce his name? Is it H-E-I-N? Because he was with Billy. Is he going to be the same judge, or is it going to be somebody different? We'll have to see. Hey, Stacy, coming in late. Thought the charges for the grandmother was dropped. Has she been in jail? Don't know. Definitely charges have not been dropped. She's charged with forgery and obstructing justice. And has she been out? I think, yeah. Oh, she's on house arrest, I believe. Sarah just fired camera operator. What court is this? I need to make a phone call. It's Pike County, Ohio. Fella, you can Google them or call the operator and say, I need to call the courtroom at Pike County Courthouse. Ohio courtroom, let me find out. It's Pike County. Pike County. P-I-K-E, Pike. Oh, yes. Pike County, yep. It's even in the bar underneath. The other grandmother's was dropped. Okay, Jenny. Yes, there was Frederica Wagner. Okay, I'm going to go radio silent. I hear some sound. I'll see you guys on the other side.
So before you have a seat, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Go ahead and be seated. Good morning. Good to meet you. All right, so there's 3 cases on the court's docket today. 2018 CR 158, State of Ohio versus Rita Newcomb. 2018 CR 156, State of Ohio versus Angela Wagner. 2018 CR 154, State of Ohio versus Edward Jake Wagner. The cases are set for sentencing today. Mr. O'Brien, I'm sorry, he's not here. Ms. Knepp is here on behalf of, there he is. Mr. O'Brien, how are you?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not appointed on that case. It's scheduled for sentencing,
okay.
So I will not participate.
You're welcome to sit wherever you like. Appreciate your experience. Ms. Knepp is here on behalf of the state. I'll introduce the defense lawyers as the cases are called forward. I asked everybody to say the Pledge of Allegiance this morning as an acknowledgement that this is a government function. Sentencing in criminal cases is exactly that. There's a lot of different perspectives in the courtroom. There's a lot of different interests here, but the one common bond that we have in this function is that it's a government activity. So if you can understand my responsibility is to come at it from that perspective, you're all entitled to have your own viewpoint. But that was the start of it. Sentencings in most cases have a certain amount of emotion. The more egregious the case, the more difficult the facts, often the higher the emotions. In high-profile cases, there's expected public discussion. It's not unusual for people to later on go express their First Amendment opportunities and rights to communicate with each other. Often that means, did the judge get it right? Did he listen to the defendant's side or the victim's side or the state's side or whatever side they advocate for? And that's all appropriate for people to be able to have their perspective as a part of our First Amendment privilege. However, the right to public discourse really doesn't exist in this room outside the rules. And the rules are that decorum matters. So everybody's been well behaved, and I expect that to continue all the way through. As I explain the process to you, I'll expect you to follow the process. It's an open courtroom. The Ohio Open Courts Amendment to the Constitution allows through the internet or whatever access. That's all appropriate, I get that. But the right to public discourse has its limits, so the privilege of being here is only as good as you are. If somebody wants to express their First Amendment rights during the course of the proceeding, I'll shut that down really quickly, because in this setting with emotions on all sides of the case, there won't be any spirited debate. That can all happen out on the street, but it's not going to happen in the room. With regard to some preliminary matters, I want to call attention to the fact that the court staff has done a fine job pointing me in the right direction, getting me to the right places, helping with scheduling. So I guess I want to acknowledge the Pike County Common Pleas Court staff, and then carry that a step further is to acknowledge the Pike County Sheriff's Department and the STAR transport team with regards to logistics and public safety. So to the extent that the sheriff provides a lot of resources, the court wants to acknowledge that also. The process today will be as follows. There's some legal matters to take care of with regard to Angela's case and Jake's case. Best way to introduce them that way. So I'll take care of those preliminary matters after the sentencing involving Rita Newcomb, because that's a relatively straightforward case. But with regard to the legal matters, what I'll do then is this. First, have the state make a recommendation on all three cases, have the victim's statement on all three cases, sentence Ms. Newcomb after hearing from her lawyer and her. Then I'll switch to Angela Wagner's case, work on merger, then I'll work on Jake Wagner's case with regard to merger and sentencing. So we're going to do one state recommendation, we're going to do one victim statement that applies to all of them, and then we're going to individually sentence three people. There's a lawyer here on behalf of the victims, Ms. Gall or Golly?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Gall on behalf of the victims.
Gall, G-A-L-L-E, McGall. Thank you for being here. The only unresolved issue is whether or not the victim representative, who you identified as TR, would like that person's identity or their statement to be televised. They have the right to confidentiality, so I just need to know for the media how you want to do that.
Your Honor, there are actually going to be four victims that would like to address the court, and for the Constitution and the Revised Code, they do have the right to be heard at any public proceeding involving sentencing, especially, and I can get citations for that if you'd like, but TR is actually not going to speak. It is going to be for others. I believe Angie Canepa is reading two of those statements on behalf of the victims, and then there's a mother that would like to speak, and a niece that would like to speak.
So let's have an understanding. I just wanted to know first whether they wanted to be seen or not. So can you answer that for me?
They have no objection to being recorded.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, the second question would be, why at the 12th hour you tell me that you have other victims and you entered appearances for people you haven't entered appearances on? I'm going to give you what you want. To a point. To a point. Because the obligation to come in and represent people doesn't mean to come in and change the script. So there's 10 minutes allocated to whatever four people are going to speak. I just need to have an identity for the record. If you want to use initials and give the court reporter their names, that'd be fine. But like you entering an appearance on behalf of somebody that doesn't want to speak really doesn't work for me. So don't answer that. Just understand that I'll give your 4 people 10 minutes, and I want their identity, and you want to give me initials, that's fine. Just write down their name so I have it for the record. Understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?
I need to make a clear record for purposes.
So you can make the record after we're done. Now, do you understand what I just said?
Yes, and I'm
Thank you. Okay, then sit down. Thank you. So, with regard to Ms. Newcomb's case, it's Mr. Gerlach, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Nice to meet you. So appreciate your representation, Mr. Gerlach. Any questions about the process? This recommendation from the state on all 3 cases, then the victim, then your statement, your defendant's statement, and then I'll sentence. Understand all that?
That's correct.
Does that work for you?
Yes, it works.
Okay, good enough. So Ms. Konepka, go ahead.
I just want to clarify, Your Honor, if you want me to make a recommendation for Ms. Newcomb.
All 3.
Okay. I would like to first place on the record, Your Honor, I did not file a written sentencing memorandum as to Ms. Newcomb. However, I am making the same objection to the timing of the sentencing that I made in both Angela and Jacob Wagner's case, specifically, Your Honor, as this court knows, based on Gilbert holding. The agreement at the time that these agreements were reached between the parties, there was also an agreement that the sentencing would be delayed until after the disposition or resolutions of all of the remaining co-defendants in the case. At Ms. Newcomb's time in 2019.
Are you going to make a recommendation on sentencing?
I am, Your Honor, but
I got your objection. It's been in the record 5 times. I don't need to hear it again. It's overruled, so please make your
the
recommendation.
court is going to overrule me, but I need to make a record.
So, Mr. O'Brien, be ready to stand in, because there's no public debate today. The argument I'm hearing from your co-counsel has been beaten dead. It's been beaten dead. I asked her to make a sentencing recommendation. I asked her previously not to talk over me. The next thing that happens is she'll move to the back of the courtroom, and after that she'll be escorted out of the building, in which case you need to be ready to step in, because I'm not interested in old hash. She objected so many times, I have it in my sleep. I don't need it again. It's in the record. So I'm going to ask her again to make a sentencing recommendation on all 3 cases. If that doesn't work, then I'll take some disciplinary action. It's really easy to follow the rules until you don't have respect for the rules. So there's no debate today. We're just going to do this. I'd like you to be ready to step in case it doesn't work for her. Understand?
Yes, Your Honor. Only thing I would say for the record is that I'm not privy to the previous plea agreements on Jake and Angela and Newcomb, so I need some time to review those before I would, if required.
I understand. Thank you. They're all in writing. Thanks.
And at least I think that Ms. Vanessa should be ready to proceed.
I hope so.
Recommendations on all 3 cases.
That's what I asked for. Now, recommendations.
Certainly, Your Honor. Regarding Ms. Newcomb, Your Honor, I'm deferring to the court on that. We did not have an agreed sentence in that case, and she has been very cooperative, and she did testify in George's case, and the case has been obviously pending for 5 years now, slightly more than 5 years now, slightly under 5 years, I guess, since her plea. And so I would defer to the court as to what Ms. Newcomb's sentence should be. As to Ms. Wagner, Angela Wagner, I'll offer my objections after the court hearing so that I don't disturb the court any further on that. But I would simply ask the court to go along with the joint recommendation of 30 years. I know Mr. Craig has filed a sentencing memorandum in which he indicated that per a recent ruling, I believe December 9th, the court can only run 2 of the gun specifications consecutively. There are 6-year gun specs on multiple offenses, so of course the state would request that the court impose the 6-year gun specifications as the 2 counts. And then I don't really care how else the court gets to the 30 jointly recommended sentence. As to, I will note for the record that Ms. Wagner did appear and testify in her son's case, George Wagners, in 2022, and the state believed, or believes still, that she testified truthfully in that case, so I would put that on the record as well. Regarding Edward Jacob Wagner, similarly, Your Honor, would respectfully request, and I obviously did forward sentencing memorandums, that basically says the same things, but that we would request that the court go along with the joint recommendation in this case, which is specifically, and I provided a chart to the court, just because I know at some point the court has to create a sentencing entry, and outlaying what the maximum sentence is in each of those. That was the joint recommendation, is that he receive maximum consecutive sentences. I think at the time that Judge Deering took the plea, obviously he also indicated he would be going along with the joint recommendations for what that's worth. And I believe during the colloquy with Mr. Wagner, he did ask him if he understood that he would probably, that he would not live outside of prison. And Mr. Wagner indicated that he understood that. The sentence that was jointly recommended is the same sentence that his brother, George Wagner, got, and they are very similarly situated in that both of them went up on the hill that night and were responsible for the deaths of these 8 individuals, I should say, and on Fort Road. So again, Your Honor, I would respectfully request that the court impose the jointly recommended sentences. These were very carefully negotiated and constructed agreements. Both parties were fully represented, and these were the recommendations of all the parties involved.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Gall, how do you want to introduce your first victim? Initials?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so who's first?
Andrea Shoemaker, she does not.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Shoemaker. Go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Shoemaker. Just stand, if you would. Right there is fine. The court reporter is the most important person here. She needs to hear what happened, so go ahead. Thank you.
Andrea Shoemaker, Hannah Hazel Gilbert's mom. You 3 helped plan, carry out, and murder my grandson, Ruger, who was 6 months old, laying in the bed between his mom and dad, Frankie, Rhoden, Hannah Hazel Gilly, let alone your granddaughter's mother. How greedy of a grandmother are you? How greedy. You killed your granddaughter's mother. You're evil. You're evil. You are the spawn of Satan. And the Satan is Billy Wagner. You are the evilest mother to help plan, carry out, and take the lives of 3 other mothers. My daughter was only 20, and you want 30 years of your life behind bars? 30? She was 20! 20! She never even got to buy alcohol. She got 6 months of her life with her kid. 6 months. And Hannah Mae Rhoden, the love of your life, Jake Wagner. The love of your life. Your daughter's mother. She got 4 days. Kylie Rhoden got 4 days. Do you know what kind of questions I have to answer? First, it was bad people came in. Next, they seen your faces on the news. So guess what? I had to explain more. Because they're not little kids no more. They're not 6 months old. They're not 4 days old. Ruger's soon to be 10. 10 years he's been without a daddy to teach him how to fish, to teach him how to hunt, to do all the man things He has to depend on uncles, cousins. Because of you, Jake. Greedy Jake Wagner. You. I want you to suffer. This is what I want. And I've told all of BCI. I want your mother to live and you boys to die as well as your dad. I want you to die so your mom feels the heartache of what it's like to bury a child. It's a heartache that never goes away. I hate you. You ruined my life. You ruined innocent children's lives. I hope you die. I pray every day you die. I pray your grandchildren and your children never want anything to do with you. And I hope they never do. I hope your daughter hates you with a passion and as much heart as I hate you, Jake Wagner. You shook my hand and acted as if you was my fucking friend. After you shot my daughter 5 times in the head. 5 times, man, while her son laid between them. And Hannah Mae, she's holding her little girl. And you shot her. How cold and evil. You are the spawn of Satan. I'll say it again. Spawns of Satan, you and your brother. And you, evilness, created them. And Miss Rita, I feel so sorry for you because I know you're ashamed to have such a daughter and grandsons that evil. Because you was the first to feel the guilt and say you were sorry, and it was your Christian duty to tell the truth. So I have not very many words for you. My heart breaks for you to have such an evil, controlled and spawns of Satan.
Thank you, Mr. Maker. Who's next?
Actually, Your Honor, Ms. Canepa has 2 written statements that they requested she read, and then I do have one more live statement from Lisa Weisel.
Okay. Who's the first statement from Ms. Canepa?
It's Bobby Jolene, Your Honor, the individual who first discovered the victims in this case. This whole experience has been absolutely devastating. I just want to make it crystal clear that I hate you and I will never forgive you for what you've done. You're a coward. I hope the rest of your life is absolutely miserable. You don't deserve to be alive. It makes me sick that you're allowed to breathe the same air that I breathe. You have destroyed my life and the lives of so many others. There's a special place in hell for people like you. You want to act like you're a Christian and God's letting me in, and that cannot be further from the truth, for God hates people like you. You are the devil. All of this was because of you and your mother on a power trip, fueled by the need to control that poor child's life. And now your daughter has lost everyone. She no longer has her mother, Hannah Rhoden. You've taken everything from that child that you were supposed to protect and provide for. Your daughter will always remember you as a monster and a coward, nothing more, nothing less. All I really want to know is why. Why did they all have to die? Why did you think you had the right to take 8 lives? I'll never understand it all. It feels like a bad dream that I'll never wake from. Congratulations to you, Jake. You have made your daughter an orphan and put yourself in prison for the rest of your miserable existence.
That's the end of the first one.
That's the end of the first one, Your Honor. The next one. I'm sorry.
As you well know, the court reports ability to keep up with words, not as quick as we can talk.
I know you were limiting us on time, so.
Go ahead.
The next one is from Ruth Rhoden, who is the stepmother of Gary Rhoden. I would like you to know that you killed more than 8 people. Kenny, Gary's father, literally grieved himself to death over the murder of his son and the others in the family. Gary was a good-hearted person, and he would give you the shirt off his back. He never missed his father's birthday or mine. He made it to every holiday. I truly feel that you did much more, so much more these crimes than you're admitting to. I ask for justice for Gary and the others in this family. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Last.
and Dana. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the Rhoden family today. My family feels very strongly that some people have lost sight of what has brought us to this courthouse over and over again, year after year. Let me quickly remind you of the magnitude, the severity of this tragedy. This monstrous crime is the largest mass murder in Ohio. 8 people were brutally murdered. 2 young mothers and 1 young father. And I'm going to drop the babies, please, I do. It is nearing the 9-year anniversary, and I assure you, no one wants justice more than our family. However, we do not agree with making hasty decisions to get it over with. We want all responsible parties to be showing them mercy, just like our family was showing them mercy. We can only pray that actions that take place in this courtroom today will not dismantle the justice that still has not been served. The Wagner family are master manipulators. It will tell of what the lies to fit their narrative. They are a true danger to society, and this crime is nothing to be taken lightly or play jeopardy with. And on behalf of me, and what I have to say, Jake, we are no longer a family. You said that over and over. We will always be family. No, we will not. I will no longer ever think of you after today. When those doors close behind you, you will be an afterthought to the rest of our family.
Thank you, Ms. White. Okay, so Mr. Gerlach, you're first and your client, so go ahead. You can sit or stand wherever's comfortable.
Okay. I'm attorney Franklin T. Gerlach, and I represent Rita Newcomb in this case. She has cooperated with the court and the prosecutor, and I understand that there's still another trial, and she is willing to do what she has done before. Now, looking at her, she's already been in the jail approximately 8 days, I'm not sure, on the records. And for a year, she wore the ankle bracelet, and her movements and contacts were restricted. And she just recently had open heart surgery on the, which installed a new valve in her heart, and she's doing fairly well from that. She is on limited income. She gets $981 from Social Security, and we would offer to the court that perhaps the most appropriate thing would be a sentence that her service already be complete, and that there be no financial fine, because she really doesn't have the money to do that.
Do you want to say something? Thank you, Mr. Gerlach. Ms. Newcomb. Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry.
Stand up.
I'm just sorry for all the trouble. I'm sorry.
Is that all? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, have a seat. And that would complete our presentation. Thank you. So this offense is called obstructing official business. It's a second-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 90 days in jail and $750 fine. So that's the way the plea agreement was presented to the court. Those are the maximums defined by law. The other charges, whatever they were dismissed, so they're of no concern. With regard to the outcome, the probation department's been monitoring her behavior since 2018 and gives no negative reports. So that's a crystal ball in one respect, because the past often predicts the future, but it doesn't have to. So their recommendation informally, without a full report, is that she continue on supervision. So I'll set a 5-year term of adult probation supervision, 180 days jail, 173 suspended, 7 days credit. So no additional time now. You can, however, Ms. Newcomb, earn the additional 173 days if somehow you don't take this seriously and don't report or violate laws. So there's a long list of standard terms and conditions of supervision that the court's going to, wait, let's go with I'm talking first and you don't. This is how the problems develop, all right? So you've been on supervision, but it doesn't count, the past doesn't count toward the future, that's pre-trial. The past does help me indicate I don't expect to see you again because the probation department seems to think you're not a problem. But I'm going to put you on supervision for 5 years and tell you that there's 173 days suspended in case you can't comply moving forward. I'm going to order the $750 fine plus the court costs, and then your ability to pay over time will affect whether it's actually collected. Because if I don't impose it today, I can't impose it later. Understand? The terms and conditions of probation will primarily involve your compliance with the law, reporting requirements, and then any education or training programs they think are necessary for you to be a good citizen, which in your case may not be a lot, but that's generally the purposes of supervision, is to help people become law-abiding people if they aren't already. So 173 days at risk, there's a $750 fine, plus the court costs that have to be paid, subject to ability to pay. Understand?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do I have to go to jail?
You want to answer that or should I?
I prefer you would say, but I think no.
No, unless you act out.
Oh, okay.
173 days suspended.
Okay.
But it does demonstrate a good point. What I think I'm saying isn't what people are always hearing.
But there will be a fine, and
Yeah.
if I'm bad, I'll go to jail. But if I can stay good, I don't have to. But I do pay the fine.
Yeah, subject to your ability to pay.
Okay.
Like, the point's not to put you in poverty. The point is to modify your behavior. If you have $30 left at the end of the month, then that should go toward the fine or the costs. At the end of the 5 years, if you can't pay it, you don't get incarcerated for being poor. It's forgiven at that point in time, but it is meant to be a punishment. Does that help you?
Yeah, I think I understand now.
Okay. Keep doing what you have been doing with regard to probation compliance.
But I still call in if I have to leave the state or something.
Or show up, whatever they say, you step and fetch it.
Okay.
Corrections or clarifications, Mr. Gerlach?
A clarification, in the entry it says 90 days is the maximum.
I did say that wrong. It's 90 is the maximum. Yeah.
And you said 170.
I did. It's 83, not 90 is the maximum. I said 180.
Yeah.
I bumped it up a letter, so 83. Thank you very much. My sentencing entry is actually back there on the desk right now, which doesn't help me here. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So 97 credit, 83 suspended, $750 fine, plus costs.
Yes, Your Honor.
5 years probation. Thank you for that correction. My apologies.
No problem.
Thank you. Ms. Canepa? Okay, you can check out right now if you would, Ms. Newcomb. That doesn't mean you have to leave the courtroom, just means I need that chair.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gerlach.
Thank you very much.
We'll switch to Angela's case next. And we'll need another chair. You can help us. I think we will. I don't have it. You have co-counsel with you today, Mr. Burns? Are you by yourself?
Mark Hunt is not here today.
Oh, my apologies. Okay. So this is State of Ohio versus Angela Wagner, case 156. Mr. Crapence is here on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Hunt's not appearing, so we don't need the extra chair. And You had an opportunity to hear the victim's statement and the state's recommendation, right, Mr. Ferentz? Hey, Pence, I'm sorry.
You're fine. I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. And you heard it also, right, Ms. Wagner? You heard everything that was said before, right? Okay. I want to circle back on one thing, Mr. Craig Pence. Was there any part of the plea hearing that you thought was in error or deficient or you wanted repeated?
No, at this time, nothing comes to mind.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I wasn't here, but if there was an error, we can still fix it.
appreciate that.
Did you note anything that should be emphasized, Ms. Canepa? Any problems with the plea?
No.
Okay, thanks. So it's the defendant's opportunity to make a statement, so Mr. Craig Pence gets to go first, then Ms. Wagner, you get a chance, so go right ahead.
Your Honor, thank you. First, with respect to maybe some merger issues, I suggested in my sentencing memorandum that there are two sets of 2 counts each that we believe should be merged for purposes of sentencing. That was counts 16 and 18, as I recall, and I think 20 and 21. If I can read my writing here. And I won't repeat the arguments therein. I quoted the bill in particular with the specificity of what actually was charged, and it seems to me that they are of similar import such that they should be merged. I don't know that. I have not read a response to that, so I don't know the state's position on that. With regard to the sentence or the plea agreement and maybe the agreement on sentencing, Ms. Wagner is very cognizant of the fact this court's not bound by anything that happened before this court took over this case. In fact, Judge Deering also was not mandated to follow a jointly recommended sentence. He did review it. He did say he would agree with it, but that in no way binds you. And my client is very aware that this court has the authority and the responsibility for deciding independently what the appropriate sentence is. So we do not walk in this morning expecting that this court will just rubber stamp the things that have happened before. But for the following reasons, I think that the court should accept the jointly recommended resolution in this case. As this court knows, these are horrible events. I appreciate the families being here and making the statements that they did. They have shown a lot of patience and I think and courage and repeatedly showing up for every hearing. I do appreciate that, and I know that their words do not fall on deaf ears. Your Honor, my client was involved with these actions. As far as her specific actions, she did not enter into any of these dwellings. She did not bring a gun personally. She did not pull a trigger. She did not directly cause the death of these folks. That said, she was aware of it. She took her own steps to try to assist in that plan. And that is something that she has taken responsibility for. In addition to taking responsibility, she has come into this courtroom and she's testified against her son. And that was a task that was not very easy for her. It was important for her to do so, but it was also very important for the state. The state knew that the remaining cases after Jake had entered his plea were still not 100% not an absolute win, because one person saying something sometimes without corroboration isn't enough to sway a jury to prove beyond reasonable doubt. It's very important for them to have Ms. Wagner come in and testify and corroborate the testimony, the evidence, and the facts that Jake had testified to. Toward that end, after Jake had proffered, we never let Angela review the statement, the proffer, because we wanted to keep a clean wall between the two of them, such that she was not parroting back what somebody else had said. And I think it proved her value to the state as a witness. And it's because of those efforts that the state entered into this agreement, which I know the state probably didn't like, but felt it was necessary, and I think that they probably made the right call. Ms. Wagner has lived up to her end. She will continue to live up to her end of the deal, which again doesn't bind this court. I do want the court to know that she has provided me this morning with a list and some certifications of completion of some programs that she's taken while she's been incarcerated for a very lengthy time in Delaware County. And I count offhand, I'm not going to read them all, but I count probably 40 to 50 different programs that she has completed. She has found something of a niche, and she's been in one place so long. She's been, entrusted to act as a trustee, but also has taken it upon herself to mentor young women who come in to the jail, and then they come out, and they come back in, and she's told me many stories about the revolving door of women that she's met and been able to help. I believe that she, for the next more than almost 25 years of her life, will have a purpose. I know that she is the type of person who will listen, who will help to counsel, who will try to direct younger women into the right direction, a path that she hopes that they will take. She has done as much as she can possibly do to improve herself, her situation, and to give back. She has written a statement. At the appropriate time, I would ask the court to allow her to read that as well. All that to say, Your Honor, I believe that the jointly recommended sentence is appropriate. I know that in the plea agreement, we had agreed to a specific sentence for each of these counts. However, as my addendum to the sentencing memorandum indicated, I don't think that we can follow that because of how the Supreme Court has interpreted the law with regard to firearms investigations. I did include, it was yesterday at some point, a suggestion of how to arrive at the same, if the court is inclined to, and do so in compliance with what I believe would be the appropriate legal framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Canepa, do you agree that 18 merges into 16 and 19 merges into 20?
into 20?
Unauthorized use of property, that's the way it was suggested by Mr. Craypence.
Yes, I would agree that there could be an argument as to 16 and 18, but not the 19 and 20, Your Honor.
Want to argue that further, Mr. Craypence?
No, so nothing passed the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I looked at the bill of particulars and read the indictment. I don't have all the discovery when I read through the trial transcript. I can agree that 19 merges into 20 and 18 merges into 16. So I presume you would have the court sentence on the higher level felonies, Ms. Canepa?
Yes, please.
So 16 is a felony 3 and 20 is a felony 4, so there'll be no sentences imposed on 18 and 19. They merge into 16 and 20. That being said, it's your turn, Ms. Wagner, for your statement.
Thank you, you're here. So I have to tell me if I'm close. I go?
Yeah.
All right.
I've spent my whole life trying to be the opposite of everyone that I knew. Not too fluffy, not too wordless, not too strict, not too controlling, not divorced, not too ungrateful. The perfect daughter, wife, mother, grandmother, perfect person. Always striving for perfection, thinking that was what was wanted of me. All of this had been stuck down so far that I didn't even know who that woman was. I didn't realize I was so weak and flawed and broken that it would lead me to make rash emotional decisions. That when such a tragic event would happen within my family, I just froze. I couldn't think. I'm not saying this for justification, Your Honor. This is why it shames me to say at that point in time, I didn't consider the consequences of those actions would cause, or the depth of pain that they would bring on the Rhodens or others. I know their pain must be unbearable, because separated from my family, the ones I love most in the world, brings me unbearable, suffocating pain too. And for this, I am so truly sorry. I can't undo what's happened. But the regret and the remorse that I feel is my daily reminder of who I once was and who I do not ever want to be again. Thankfully today, I'm not that woman. I've committed myself to change, to growth, spiritually, mentally, and emotionally, to letting God be my guidance. Each day, I work on being a better me, rewiring my brokenness, living for a purpose so I can be filled with wisdom, knowing to slow down, to listen, and to ponder so I don't get carried away with any emotional decisions again. I'm not looking for perfection anymore. Now my desires and goals are for continuance of growth, for sharing the compassion and unconditional love to others that God shows me daily, and to remain this better me. God has opened my heart and my eyes. He has showed me what reality looks like. I've seen it in all the beautiful, unique women that I have met and been sharing housing units with. This world needs no more pain, so I give back any way I can, whether it is to show love, compassion, encouragement, a listening ear, a smile amidst their darkness, or just maybe by hearing my story. They will be enlightened of what real consequences made by emotional decisions looks like. My hopes and dreams are that I can make each day count for something good, to always move forward, not backward. Because all I am today, I have to give that glory to God. It's His love, His mercy, and His grace that has changed me. Thank you.
Go ahead, have a seat. So, Mr. Crapence, let me start with you. Thank you. I don't think the public understands the stress on the lawyers for both sides of the case. I also don't think the public appreciates the fact that without defense lawyers, there wouldn't be a prosecution. Because in our adversarial system, as much love as the state might get, the defense lawyers seem to get the opposite. Yet you step into those shoes, and in this case, I've seen very capable lawyers working very difficult facts, often without any appreciation. So to the extent that you and Mr. Hunt did a fine job, you ought to at least be publicly acknowledged. So thank you very much for a long career.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The first part of the hearing, when the victims were speaking, was what I expected. A built up, raw emotion of rancor and ill will, and all very understandable and unfortunate. If anything cathartic can come out of today, it might be of the fact that there's some closure, or maybe not forgiveness, not forgetting, but the fact that the process will have worked and people can move on. Whether you choose to accept that or not is yours, as any free person can, but maybe closure helps. There was a reference to this being the worst massacre in the state of Ohio. Well, let's go with something else. To call this the Pike County Massacre, frankly, is condescending to the rest of the good people of Pike County. It's tragic, it's heinous, it's unexcusable, but it's not an indictment of the entire county. That's social media typecasting. The worst massacre in Ohio might very well be 1792 at Canada-Hutton, when 96 Christian pacifists were killed by the Pennsylvania militia because they were Christian pacifists. But each generation has its own people who can prove the depths of depravity of human nature. And that's what this case did. It showed the boundless depravity of people who have no respect for others and their only self-interest in mind. And that's transgenerational. Since the dawn of man, this sort of depravity happens. So the raw emotion you communicated was expected is unfortunate, and I hope somehow you're able to get past it. Not forgetting, but getting above it. But good luck, because what I just asked isn't easy, as you well know. With regard to sentencing, however, the court's not bound by nor has any role in using emotion. The government's responsibility is not to use ill will. We don't have people being burned at the stake as in the medieval days. We don't have public shaming. We don't have a remedy that works. We have analytical guidelines that courts are supposed to follow in imposing sentence. It's not meant to be emotionally driven. So I wipe all the emotion and follow the sentencing factors. The first set of factors are whether the case is more serious or less serious. Clearly, it's a more serious offense for all the reasons stated in the statute. Whether recidivism is likely is the second set of factors. Well, there's a long sentence coming. And I'm supposed to predict the future, which I can't do. So recidivism prediction is virtually impossible. It's backward looking. So I'm just going to find that the risk factors for recidivism are balanced equally against the less likely, because I don't know what you're going to be as a person or who you'll be after your long prison sentence, Ms. Wagner. The fact that you completed 40 or 50 programs might bode well for you, and it might not. So I'm not going to try to predict anything with regard to the future. You need to understand that there's a mutually recommended sentence. If I impose the mutually recommended sentence, then any opportunity you might have to appeal the sentence is waived or given up. Generally, when a person enters a plea of guilty, they give up any rights to appeal the verdict of guilt. So presumably you don't have appeal rights as to your plea. If I impose the sentence today as recommended, then there's no appeal rights on that issue. The only thing that might be left, dare I say it, would be ineffective assistance of counsel, and I don't have any opinion on that. So if I impose a mutually recommended sentence, your appeal rights are waived as to the sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's what's going to happen. I lined up the numbers differently than the lawyers recommended, but they come up to the mutually recommended 30 years. So for purposes of the record, with regards to count number 9, complicity to aggravated murder, I impose a 9-year prison sentence. On counts 10, 11, 12, and 13, I impose a 9-year prison sentence. That's an aggravated burglary. For unlawful possession of dangerous ordinance, count 14, the maximum 12 months in prison. For counts 15 and 17, tampering with evidence, 3 years in prison. Count 16, tampering with evidence, 3 years in prison. No sentence on forgery, no sentence on unauthorized use because they merge. On unlawful interception of the oral communication, 18 months in prison. And then for the obstructing justice in count 21, 12 months in prison. And then engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity, 9 years in prison. Mr. Crapence is right to remind me of the recent case of Beatty. I saw that come rolling out first week of December. Maybe that was in my entry 2 weeks ago with regard to having to follow the mandates. A lot of people might think judges have unlimited reign, if you will, to impose sentence when in fact we have pages and pages and volumes of rules and case authority on how to impose a sentence. So the Beatty case tells me that there's a mandatory duty with regard to the firearm specifications to impose the maximum 6 years consecutively to each other. So there's a firearm silencer specification that has to be imposed on count 9 and count 22. So there's 6 years plus 6 years is 12. With regard to 9 more years for the aggravated burglary charges, those run concurrently with each other, consecutive to the firearm specification. So we're at 6 plus 6 plus 9. And then finally on the corrupt activity charge, count 22, there's a 9-year sentence, which is consecutive to the 9. So now it's 6 plus 6 plus 9 plus 9. Is my math right, Mr. Crapence? 30 years. The other charges all run concurrently, so that felonies 3 and 4 don't add additional time. It's 30 years in prison as mutually recommended. You're entitled to 2,244 days credit over 6 years. 6 years and 6 weeks. So that comes off your sentence as a matter of law, because past time has to count. With regard to economic sanctions, there's no fine. Your inability to pay makes that impossible, not only in the past but in the future. There's a legal obligation to pay court costs, processing, booking, pay estate, medical expenses. So all those numbers should be added up and put on your bill. Your ability to pay depends on future economic circumstances, but it's a legal obligation to impose. When you're released, you have to be on supervision with the adult parole authority for at least 2 years up to 5 years. While on post-release control, you have to follow rules, regulations, restrictions on your freedom. If you fail to comply, you can be sent back to prison for up to 50% of the longest term, so that would be 50% of one of the 9s. So the 30 can turn into 34 and a half for additional violations after you're released at the end of 30 years. You have a legal obligation to register as a violent offender. There's a database. So at the time of your release, you have an obligation for at least 10 years to register as a violent offender. Tell the sheriff in the county where you reside, where you live. If you fail to comply, that can be a parole violation, post-release control violation, or a separate felony 5 offense. And the legal duty can be extended if the state establishes just cause to extend it beyond 10 years, which doesn't start running until you're released from prison. Did I overlook anything, Ms. Kneppa? Mr. Crapens?
No, Your Honor. My client has signed an affidavit of indigency on that code.
Thank you. Yes, that's. I'll hand this back to you. You can have the filing done. Further evidence, Ms. Wagner, of how thorough your lawyer is. To the extent that I wasn't bound by the lawyers, I could have gone higher. I wasn't here when this started. The analysis is pretty true. The state needed you. And in fact, you came through with your part of the agreement. Does that matter? Well, morally, that's up to you. Legally, it's a big deal. In my journal entry, there's 2 cases cited that clearly explain the importance of cooperation, the benefits of mitigation. You help the state make the case. Jake helped the state make its case. That wisdom, wherever it came from, was the difference between a much worse outcome that might very well have been appropriate. I understand you didn't go to the 4 scenes. Nobody seems to talk about the fact that you're the only person that could have stopped the whole thing with 1 phone call. You're standing there with cell phones that people want you to ping to make it look like you're home. All you had to do was call in. Stop the whole thing. The depravity was that you didn't see the moral need to shut it all down. I don't need an explanation, but clearly any decent human being could have done that little bit to save so much. So with the fact that you accepted responsibility and cooperated, I was willing to follow the agreement. You'll see the Anderson case and the Rahab case is cited in the decision. They go back to 2017 cases. The Supreme Court made it really clear twice in the same term the importance in the system of having people accept responsibility and cooperate. So for you, that's the only silver lining. That concludes that case. Ms. Wagner, they're going to walk out the side door and move you on. Thank you, Mr. Crapens. My pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Have a good day. and have a seat. This is case 154, stated by Mr. Jake Wagner. Mr. McVeigh's here on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Roberts. The new tire is also here. Were you able to hear the state sentencing recommendations of the statements, Mr. McVeigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you hear them also, Mr. Wagner? Did you hear the statements?
Yes.
Do you have any issues or corrections you wished with regard to the plea proceeding, Mr. McVeigh?
No, Your Honor.
Think of anything on this case, Ms. Canepa?
No, Your Honor.
So what we'll do then is allow the defense attorneys to make their statements. You get a chance to make your statement. Choose to do so, Mr. Wagner. So that's how we'll proceed. Understand? I try to speak loudly enough, Mr. Wagner. I may not be doing that.
Oh,
Do you have a hearing? Do you have a hearing problem?
yes.
Okay, I will try to speak louder and slower. But anytime you don't understand, do exactly what you did. Make it known.
Okay.
You can't miss this because of a hearing problem. Understand?
Yes, sir.
So thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. We'll do our best to make sure that he has full hearing and understanding and clarify anything that we may ask some questions about. Your Honor, thank you for this time to speak on behalf of Mr. Wagner with regard to the sentence. I will keep my remarks relatively brief. I say relatively because the nature of this case calls for certain remarks to be made. But nonetheless, we have filed a sentencing memorandum on his behalf. This court is well aware of all of the proceedings with this case, the joint recommendation of sentence, the plea agreement that had been entered into, as well as the defendant's agreement that was entered into, and Mr. Wagner has complied with up to this date and would continue to comply with. Again, my remarks will be brief, not because this is not a serious case. No one could, in their right mind, argue with the board or anyone else that this case is not serious. And he spoke in terms of references to a massacre and that sort of thing. There are very few cases in the state of Ohio that would be of this severity. Certainly none that I have handled, or I've handled some multiple homicides involved. But out of respect for the family, the parties, and all involved here, given that this has been litigated, it's been tried in one instance at least over the last 6 years, there's very little that I can say that someone hasn't already heard. What I would indicate to this court is that we did enter into, Mr. Wagner and prior counsel entered into an agreed plea agreement, a joint recommendation of sentence with the state of Ohio in this regard. That agreed joint recommendation of sentence was 8 consecutive sentences of life without parole for each of the aggravated murders involved herein. And it was also indicated that we would stipulate, agreed to waive and stipulate maximum consecutive sentences of both warranted, necessary, and appropriate in this case. I believe that probably would address the questions of merger. We know that Mr. Wagner knows that it's up to the court when it comes to sentencing. What I would indicate to the court is that he is fully aware that in entering the pleas that he did, he would be subject to a maximum possible sentence of 8 times life without parole, an additional 160 years if sentences were imposed to the maximum consecutive, and that 78 of the 160 additional years would be mandatory sentences. Again, the parties stipulated, or we stipulated, Mr. Wagner stipulated to the necessity that consecutive sentence, maximum consecutive sentences were warranted, necessary, and appropriate in this case in order to effect the agreement of the state of Ohio. Again, Mr. Wagner understood what his maximum sentence could be. He understands and understood then that it would be up to the court as to what sentencing would be, but certainly he entered his pleas knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, knowing that he was subject to the maximum sentences as already addressed of 8 times life without parole plus an additional 160 years. He also understands that with the joint recommendation of sentence, and he understood this at the time of entering his plea, that with the joint recommendation of sentence, he would not be able to appeal the sentence of the court if the joint recommendation of sentence wasn't imposed by the court. So I think he sits here before you fully knowing what those possible sentences are. He did at the time of entering the plea and knowingly imposed what the maximum would be. I believe I've addressed the issues of merger that the court wanted us to do, or asked the court, or asked us to provide additional information in that regards. Your Honor, I could stand here with myself and my colleagues in the Office of the Ohio Public Defender, having met with, dealt with, and worked with Jay Wagner over the last 6+ years. There's many things that we could say. And I can reference that my colleagues have told me, or things that I could tell you about the meetings and conversations I've had with Mr. Wagner. But I think, in all fairness and honesty to all parties involved here, that what probably speaks to Jake Wagner more than anything is the extent and the value of his cooperation in this matter. He referenced it in the sentencing of his mother, Angela Wagner, that without his information, perhaps convictions would not have been obtained, pleas would not have been entered, and the state wouldn't be in the position where they are today. So again, I think that speaks to Mr. Jake Wagner as much as anything I can say on his behalf here today. Your Honor, I believe that, at least by our calculations, we have 2,244 days of jail time credit. If that calculation is correct, I believe that was from a date of arrest of November 13th of 2018. I believe it's close if it's not completely accurate, Your Honor. And I support to take notice of that. I think the last thing that I would offer is that Mr. Wagner has signed an affidavit in receipt. If I may approach.
Yeah, please.
And has been notarized by himself, although I would have a notary stamp.
Do you have a separate entry? Do you have a separate entry? You just sign them off.
We drive on to the board.
Your choice.
I don't have one with me.
I can do a margin note if you're satisfied with that.
I'd be satisfied with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's it. There you are. Back to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all you have, Mr. McVeigh?
John, I would just conclude by saying that, again, we did make a jointly recommended sentence. Mr. Wagner understands what his duties and responsibilities and promises have been in his plea agreement, in the defense agreement. I believe that Mr. Wagner is a man of his word. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Roberts, care to add anything?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
With regard to merger, Mr. Netta, same argument, same discussion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I suppose both reach the same conclusion.
Yeah, the same conclusion. So I think the merger is the same in this case as it was on Angela's. Academic as it might be, it's nonetheless essential to get it right. Your turn, Mr. Wagner. Anything you want to say?
Actually, Your Honor, I have a lot I want to say. But it's all right.
Just pull the mic closer if you would, and try to keep your voice projected.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, I have a lot I want to say. But if it's okay with you, instead of looking at you, I would like to look at the victims because they are who I really want to speak to.
You're entitled to do that.
You don't do that?
You can. You said
Oh, I can?
you're entitled to.
Oh, I can.
Yeah, so whatever's comfortable. You can stand if you want, you can face them, you can face me. Just make sure no disrespect happens.
No disrespect, no.
Go ahead.
So, each and every one of you, well, not all of you, obviously, but I've had friendship or relationships with a lot of you, many of you. And I know full well that the weight of my crimes, what I've done to you and your family. There's no amount of apology I can give today, no amount of explanation, no thing I can do to help you with the pain you have, loss, anger, hate. Nothing can save that. But I'm not going to tell you, oh, this, and that. I'm going to tell you about me. Because, yeah, I used to be a manipulator. Ms. Gilly affirmed that, and I truly was. But after I committed this crime, I was still guilty. Ms. Gilly, I'm going to look at you because I feel you have the most hate. And this is for you. So whenever I committed those crimes, it was probably 2 or 3 weeks later, I was weighted down with the guilt I did. And I said the most sincere prayer to that day I ever said, to that day. And I asked God. I didn't like what I did. Didn't like how I was living. Didn't like how the possibility of my daughter or even my nephew would grow up to be. And I asked God. I said, put me and my family back on the straight and narrow path by any means necessary. Any. And I can tell you today, I am not sorry I got caught. I'm sorry for what I've done. But I am glad I got caught. I 100% believe that it was Jesus who made me get caught to answer my prayer so he could become exactly who he's supposed to be to each of us. Lord, Savior. Because, silly, I don't show much emotion. It's not in me. Quiet hour tonight, you've seen God, I do. I won't show much here. I'm kind of breaking up a little bit, but that's just me. I can tell you from my own experience, hate will not heal your heart. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I don't. But I ask you, if you are a woman of at least some kind of faith, you should really read the Bible, because hate won't do it. Hate will only condemn yourself. But I want you to know, what I want to tell all of you, is how I was, how I believed, how I truly thought I was going to die and go to heaven prior to being arrested. And how I learned in my own time, alone with Jesus, just him and his word. I set aside every human teaching I was ever taught, even John 3:16. And I read the word for myself. John 3:16 don't save you. The Bible don't save you. Only a relationship with Jesus Christ will save you. And he did not promise one place in his word. I don't know how many of you have ever read the Bible. He's never promised he will save you from hell. He promised that he came here to save you from sin, to unleash you from the captivity of sin. We're all weak. We all fall short of the glory of God. I knew that, and I was one of those people who believed, okay, sure, I'm a sinner, I'll sin every day. It's not like, why should I try? Ask for forgiveness while I eat, go to sleep, and I'll be good. I wasn't good. That's not what Jesus preaches. Jesus says specifically, you come to me for all your burdens, all your sorrows, all of your pain, and you surrender, and he will heal you. You know, some of you might know the verse where it says you must become like a little child, or you by no means enter the kingdom of God. You must repent, or you by no means enter the kingdom of God. Repentance is what I thought prior to actually sitting down and reading the Bible myself. It's not asking for forgiveness. That comes from repentance. Repentance is to choose to look at what you've done, hate it, and forsake it. Forsake sin. Nobody can say that they are a God-fearing Christian, born again, and think sin is nothing. At least little sins. Lying. Lying is just as much an abomination as any other thing. I've committed murder. I've committed every single sin that the Bible lists. Blasphemy, denying Christ, like Peter did. No, never actually said it. But I have been in silence, and I heard someone else say it. And it's just as much sin. For me, I'm going to tell you exactly how God changed me. And I know it's taking a little bit extra time, but I feel the judge will allow this. It took me about 2 months after I was arrested. And I read that Bible twice, cover to cover. And I did not like what I found. Not the fact that it doesn't give salvation, but the fact that I realized I did not have it. I realized I did not have repentance and never did. Yeah, I believe it was superficial. My superficial faith had no power to change, no power to save, no power to have godly works in my life. Not one bit. But I was deceived, and every time I read it prior to that, I kept deceiving myself. Well, John 3:16, I'm good. No. You gotta read John through 14, 13, all the way to 21. He tells Nicodemus about repentance. He doesn't say the word, he tells it. Men don't want to repent if they don't want to come out of darkness. Because their deeds will be brought into the light and be reproved. That's repentance. You know what we ask Jesus to do? Save us. Change us. Because we're sinners. He does not call us into a life of sin and just save us from hell. No, he calls us into a relationship so that he can transform our life. So we will be adequate ambassadors of Christ on earth in his love and his forgiveness. Whenever seeing this feelings back. But when all of you guys can probably have the same feeling that she does. She said that, no, I wasn't crying on my eyes. My heart was breaking for her. Just as it breaks for all of you. Because you may be in the darkness that I was in. The hate is the darkness. And I can tell you, not in spite, but I'm not miserable. I don't live in misery. I've experienced your loss. I've experienced your pain. This is my mom mentioned. Because I believe that God done this to me. So he could help me have the compassion and empathy to feel what you guys have felt. Shoot, he's taken my daughter from me, my nephew, those two more than precious people in my life. And he's done that, I believe, so that I would know how he feels about all his lost children. And that's what I do. I don't need to tell you about how good I am or this and that or what the things I do, because it's not important. I tell you this only because I care for each of you, each of your pain, each of your loss and your sorrow, because kind of like what they mentioned before, the judge mentioned, it's not about forgetting. Past is in the past. Strive for the future. But I can tell you this, I don't forget what I've done prior to my born-again moment. And I would describe it to you, but there's really no sense in doing it here. But whenever I was born again, I stopped forgetting. I didn't try to forget. I told my testimony to everybody I come across. I told it to them so that they may know that sin's not okay. Crying is not okay. It does hurt more than just us. It hurts everyone around us. Everyone we've known, people we don't even realize we're hurting. And there's a consequence to that. And I'm fully aware of my plea. I'm fully aware of the mercy that I've already received. And I am completely willing and ready to pay my consequence for my crimes here. But I want you to know that I have joy and peace and love in my life every day. It doesn't mean I don't suffer the loneliness or pain every now and then. It comes. And when it comes strongly. But I trust in God, because he gives me comfort every time it does. And what he does for me, he can do for you. And I'm not trying to make myself look big and big shot on the news and all that stuff. Because I know everybody, not everybody, but many people are going to criticize what I say today. And don't get me wrong. Now you can see I did not write this down. Because for the past 3.5 years, I have been thinking about what to say, how I can help you, not justify myself, fix it, or anything for myself, whatever the right word is, but how I can help you, each and every one of you, even my daughter, wherever she may be, everyone else who I've hurt. I want you to know the love and forgiveness that Christ has for you, so that he can bring good, as he promises, out of this terrible situation to help those who still have the opportunity to help. And I'm going to tell you one example of that.
Mr. Wagner, start wrapping it up, will you?
Less than 3 minutes.
All right.
One thing, and I want to tell you, Sheriff, not all the details. If I came in contact with another inmate, this is after my plea. And he told me, because I told him, I'm confidential, I'm like, not necessarily how a Catholic priest does it, but what you confess to me, I'm not going to tell no one else. And he told me that he was going through a similar situation I was. How he was planning as soon as he got out, he was going to go kill his baby.
Stop.
Say what?
Wait. Okay, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Well, I was able to spend time with him in his life. And I was able to share with him what my consequences and the pain I've caused to so many people. And I was able to lead him to making a choice for Jesus and not to commit to doing what he said he was going to do. And you know, there's so many people out there who have gone through so many things that you've gone through, sometimes even worse than what you've gone through. And I've read of so many testimonies how they have brought God glory through the evil that has happened, both on my side, the offender, and even on the offended side, showing his forgiveness. And I tell you, forgiveness is a powerful thing. It melts so much the hardest heart you'll ever see. And I do that every day with my testimony, my fellow inmates, my brothers. I love them. I shout out to them. And I don't care how much I get persecuted for being called a snitch, being called everything under the sun. And it's odd because they don't criticize me for what I did, for the crime. They criticize me for taking the plea. They criticize me for standing up here and doing this, what I did for my brother. All of that.
Mr. Wagner, wrap it up, will you please?
My last sentence. I'm sorry. I just want you to know, Jesus has a cost. Obedience, repentance, and total commitment. And when you do that, as I've done, if you've all done it, I don't know, you will transform your life. I hope you all have been touched by that, and at least somewhat plant a seed that your hearts may be healed, at least somewhat. I do pray for you all. That's all I got to say.
Have a seat. Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
Nothing further than the defense.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Wagner, that allocution, that statement, further demonstrates the role the court does not serve.
I know.
Everything you just said is perfectly appropriate. It's been heard many times before, as has the victim. But to the extent that there's a religious overtone, I don't factor in religious values. It's the same standard. The legal prescriptions, the laws of the government that I impose. I heard remorse. I heard your understanding and your explanation for it, but to the extent that you might, or somebody might have taken that as preaching, that's fine, except it has no meaning to me, except for remorse. If it was more than that, Mr. McVeigh helped me understand, but it just demonstrates that the same ill will and rancor that came from the victims, and understandably, is now your faith experience on your side, neither of which is the role of the judge, the duty of the law. So it highlights what goes on in courtrooms on a regular basis.
Your Honor, what I might add to that, perhaps by way of further explanation, is that I believe from my conversations and conversations with my colleagues with Mr. Wagner, that the statement that he made there was he wanted to speak to the victim's families, and rightfully so. But I don't believe it was in any way intended to sway the opinion of this court when it comes to sentencing.
We said the same thing different ways.
We did.
I can't accept that.
We did.
For benefit of the record, a lot of the victims in the gallery walked out along the way as they're allowed to. So they don't have to hear what he chooses to say. It's how it works.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think this day is more intense than many, but it's all too familiar on the criminal court documents.
Yes, Your Honor.
With regard to sentencing, Mr. Wagner, the court has the same analysis. Severity factors, well, obviously, clearly, there's more serious factors. There are no less serious factors. With regard to whether you're likely to be a repeat offender or not, I'm not going to have a crystal ball to project where you are after a long prison sentence. So I'll just find that the recidivism factors balance out. It's unpredictable, but I did the analysis and thought about it. With regard to the penalties to impose, count 1, aggravated murder, life in prison. Count 2, aggravated murder, life in prison. Count 3, aggravated murder, life in prison. Count 4, aggravated murder, life in prison. 5, aggravated murder, life in prison. Count 6, aggravated murder, life in prison. Count 7, aggravated murder, life in prison. Count 8, aggravated murder, life in prison. Count 9, conspiracy to commit aggravated murder, maximum 11 years out of Department of Rehabilitation and Correction. Counts 10, 11, 12, 13, aggravated burglary, maximum terms of 11 years in prison. Count 14, possession of a dangerous ordinance, 3 years in prison. Counts 15 and 17, tampering of evidence, 3 years in prison. Counts 16 is tampering of evidence, 3 years in prison. Count 18 merges, so there's no sentence on 18. Count 19 merges, so there's no sentence on 19. Count 20, unlawful interception, 18 months in prison. Count 21, obstructing justice, 12 months in prison. Count 22, engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity, the maximum 11 years in prison. And then count 23, unlawful sexual conduct with a minor, a 4th degree felony because of more than 4 years of age difference. In that case, 18 months in prison, the maximum sentence. With regard to firearm specifications, the court's duty bound under the recent Beatty case to impose mandatory 6 years on the first firearm spec taken from count 1 and 6 years on the firearm specification found in count 2. You're entitled to 2,244 days of jail time credit up through including today. You're required to register as a violent offender. You also have sex offender registration requirements. The sex offender registration requirements apply upon any release from prison, which would be for a period of 25 years, registering at least every 6 months with the sheriff in the county where you reside. And if you change your address, take into employment, then you have to change your registration anytime you change your variable. The violent offender database, as you heard earlier, is a 10-year registration which can be extended. And if you fail to comply with the sex offender registration or the violent offender registration, that can be a violation of any terms of release or a separate felony at the time. The Chief Justice appoints retired assigned judges to work on cases where there's conflicts or problems. And I take that very seriously. It's a privilege after retirement to be granted the opportunity to come back and continue to help my colleagues. That's why I get out of bed every day. There's a need, there's a problem, maybe a skill to apply to resolve the need and the problem. That's how I got here. We talked about this with your dad months ago. I got 2 problems when I walked into this case. I'm going to explain the 2 problems. The first problem was a recommendation on your case that was the same as it was on your brother's, life without parole, which is what he got, right? How did he get there? He went to trial. He had 10 weeks of trial, and he had thousands of dollars and dozens of witnesses and emotional energy and staff energy, people energy, resources energy to get him to his conviction. Yet the recommendation here is the same, giving you no credit for all the cooperation that you gave. As Mr. McKinney said, you don't have corroboration of a cooperative witness, you may not have any case. So I have to resolve the first problem is, how is it that I'm supposed to treat you the same when in fact you didn't act the same? That's the first problem. The second problem is, how do I resolve the good deal that your mom got? 30 years is a really long time. That's a really good deal for the level of the conduct, especially since she could have stopped the whole thing dead in its tracks before it ever happened. And I don't let her off the hook because she didn't go to the scene. I put her equally responsible because the eyes of the law put her equally responsible. So my second problem is, how do I resolve what looks to me like some sort of gender violence? And here's how I resolve it. I give you the opportunity of parole after 20 years on your prison sentence. So you do 6 on the gun spec, you do 6 on the gun spec, you do life on all the other counts, everything concurrent, with the opportunity of parole at 20 years. So 32 years out, you get your chance because you cooperated, because you did something to acknowledge the responsibility for the crime. That's not a deal, but that's as close as I can come to solving the problem that was handed to me by these ancient plea agreements. If everybody wants the last judge's sentencing deal, they should have sentenced him under the last judge. Everybody knew Judge Deering was gone right after the last trial, but nobody rushed it in to get it, and when I show up, I solve the problems the way I'm supposed to. So you get your chance to talk to the parole board 32 years from now. And then they do their job, whatever it might be. So I'm not going to sign off on a deal where you get the same for cooperating as your brother does for going to trial. There's the explanation. Court costs, processing, booking, pay to state medical expenses, have to pay as a legal obligation. There's no victim restitution because they have civil remedies available. So you can go ahead and be excused. We're going to register you under both those registries, and we're going to take a break. So we're going to go off the record. Thank you to the lawyers.
Just happened. We just recessed. The judge at the last minute said, "You guys, Jake, cooperated as well." He admitted to killing 5
Thank you.
I'm gonna go down and check on Mr. Fish.
Yeah, tell him I don't put it on channel 2 because I was told to get the mics.
Yeah.
It was very echoey. I did when they read. They said they couldn't hear her. They can hear her if they brought it up because she was coming through. So just tell him, because I'm feeding through my TV, I can't mix the channels. Supposedly. I did at the anchor.
He hasn't said anything about the audio.
Okay, well the other guy said, I can hear her. Like, it's there. I know it's there. They just got to boost it.
Oh, okay.
So I just kept it on all the time. But just explained to them that's why I did that. It sounded very echoey with what the judge would talk, and then not production clean.
Yeah.
And then when he spoke, obviously, they had the mic up in front of him.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Wow, what a bombshell, huh? Holy shit.
Yeah. He gave him 32 years and he gets out. He gets to walk.
Well, he was parole. He goes to parole. He gets the law. But
Right.
he gets his right to go to parole hearing. So. Isn't that right? Because I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think
what
he gets
we're
the
all like. That's what we're all back here going for.
I think he gets to go to a parole board.
Yeah.
Wow.
After killing all those people.
Wow.
And all the BS that he was bad.
Oh my God. I zoned out after about the third sentence. I got him walking out too.
Yeah. So Fish was like, "Oh, did you have to go get her?" And I was like, "You go."
All right, they finally cut the feed. Damn it! So we had some good hot mics there. That was clearly that was the camera and this woman right here. We're talking. All right, so I'm assuming that the court is on a break because Billy has to come back at 1. He's scheduled to come back at 1, or not come back, but come in at 1. All right, yeah, I love a hot mic. That was juicy. We heard some good stuff. All right, let's break it all down as best as I can. All right, so we are covering the sentencing of Jake Wagner, Angela Wagner, and that's son and mother, as well as Rita Newcomb, who is the mother to Angela. So Jake Wagner apparently is the trigger man in offing at least 8, I guess. He got pinned for all 8 murders. So we were sentencing. This was sentencing. So this is Ohio versus Wagner and Newcomb. So we start off with Rita Newcomb, who was the mother to Angela, grandmother to Jake. And the state started with impact statement, and it was Andrea Shoemaker, and I believe she is the mother to Hannah, who was Jake's, the biological father to Sophia, who was 4. So Andrea Shoemaker came in fire and brimstone. She was pounding on her chest. She was really emotional. She started to get closer and closer, and I thought at the very beginning, I'm like, that's why there's law enforcement in the room. Not to protect the judges and the defense lawyers and prosecutors from these defendants, which they do attack them sometimes. I think it was more to protect the family people from attacking these 3 that were being sentenced today. So Andrea Shoemaker, she came in, and it was she was pretty upset, understandably so. And then 2 statements were read by the prosecutor, and I didn't catch who it was. The second one may have been Gary's stepmom, I wasn't quite sure. And then Lisa, the niece, spoke afterwards. And it was emotional, but Andrea definitely had the most. And they were only allowed, I think, like 5 minutes or something like that. Shoemaker was the mother of the other Hannah. Okay. All right, thank you. So she was the mother of the other Hannah. Okay. So then the defense attorney spoke, and he talked about Rita having an ankle monitor, and she just had heart surgery. She had a limited income. She had he asked for no financial fine and asked for no more time. And then Rita got up and she said, "I'm sorry." Rita actually said, "I'm sorry." Now all she did was just mess with I think she forged some documents
I think of shoes or something.
Yeah, she forged some documents. So she knew about, I guess, what happened, but, you know. So anyway, the judge gave her $750 fine and 90 days in jail. As long as there's no negative reports on her probation and continues with her supervision, she's okay. She 173 days suspended. So he orders $750 plus court costs. And then Rita asked, do I have to go to jail? So basically she walked out with just having to pay $750 over the course of time. And it's subject to her ability to pay. And they don't want to put you in poverty. But she is 5 years probation. So Rita basically, she walked out a free woman. She just has to pay $750 in court costs, but subject to her ability to pay. And then she smiled on her way out. And 5 years, 5 years probation, supervision. So she's like, as long as I don't do anything bad, I don't have to go to jail. And he's like, yep. Then Angela came up. So that was Rita Newcomb, the mother of Angela. Then Angela Wagner gets up there. Defense asked for merging charges 18 and 16 and 20 and 21. I don't know what the charges are specifically. I think it was like messing with cell phones, and apparently she had the cell phones and they were pinging in one area while these guys were going and doing what they were doing. So Angela spoke, and she said she spent the whole life striving for perfection as a wife, a daughter, a mother. She says, she didn't know I was broken. She says, I know what it's like to be separated from loved ones. She said, I am completely sorry. So she actually said, I am completely sorry. I can't undo what's happened. She feels remorse every day. She said she's committed herself to growth. Every day I try to be a better human being. She says, now I slow down and I don't get carried away by emotions. She says she's sharing compassion to others. And she says that God has opened my heart and mind. She hopes, my hopes and dreams is to do something good. And she says God's mercy and grace has changed her. To which the judge, first of all, said thanks to the attorney. He said the first statement is what I expected to hear, and that was from Andrea Shoemaker. With all the built-up emotion, you just got to let it out. Hopefully, he says the process has worked and closure has been achieved. He says this is not an indictment on the entire county of Pike County or Ohio, because in 1972 there were 96 pacifists that were mowed down by the Pennsylvania militia. Okay. He says this case shows boundless depravity, and he hopes that somehow you can get past that raw emotion. He says he's not telling you that to do it, but hopefully that you can do it. And then he says the court cannot use emotion to sentence. And he tells Angela, you realize that all appeal rights are waived, to which she said yes. And then he sentenced her to 30 years, but 6 years and 6 weeks for credit. So she's looking at 23 and 4 months. 2 to 5 years post-release probation. So she's she was 55 and 21, so add another 4 years. So she's about 60, basically, 59, 60. So she's going to get out in 30 years. So she'll be out when she's 90. Chances are she'll probably not make it out, but you never know. And then she has 2 to 5 years post-release probation. She has to register as a violent offender. And then here's where the judge said, you're the only person that could have stopped this with one phone call. The depravity is you didn't see the moral need to shut it all down. I thought that was pretty impactful. And then Jake came on. Jake has a hearing problem, from what we understand. And the defense asked for 160 years with 2,444 days served. And then Jake spoke. And Jake said, I have a lot to say, but I don't want to tell it to the court or the judge. I want to tell it to the victims. I want to look at the victims. And Jake definitely said a lot. So Jake says, no disrespect to the victims as he looked at them. To each and every one of you, I've had a friendship with a lot of you. I've known a lot of you throughout my life. No amount of apology or explanation I can give to you today. So that's the closest that we got, I think, for him to say he was sorry. No amount of apology or explanation. So, I'm not going to tell you this or that. I'm going to tell you about me. I used to be a manipulator. So who starts out a sentence by saying, I'm not going to tell you this and that, I'm going to tell you about me? Anybody? Bueller? Therapist you know, who says that? I'm not going to tell you about this and that, I'm going to tell you about me. And then he follows that up with, I used to be a manipulator. 2 or 3 weeks after the murders, I was weighed down by guilt and I prayed to God. So he got right into God straight away. Because it seems like they always find God at some point. So God put me and my family back on the path of the straight and narrow. I'm glad I got caught and it was Jesus that answered my prayers. Hate will not heal your heart. Don't forgive me, but go read the Bible. That was one statement that kind of stuck in my craw. I'm like, don't forgive me, but then you're telling me to go read the Bible. Yeah, not so sure I would have liked to have heard that if that was my family that was gunned down. Only a relationship with Jesus will save you. And then my notes say he blathers on about religion for 5 minutes. I didn't even take notes because he just was reciting verse. Heart is breaking for all of you. I was in the darkness. I now don't live in misery. I believe God did this to me. The past is the past. Strive for the future. I was born again. I stopped forgiving and told everyone that sin and crime is not okay. So he stopped forgiving, and he's telling everybody that sin and crime is not okay, and that there are consequences to actions. He's ready and willing to pay for his crimes because he has joy and peace in his life. I trust in God and what he did for me, he can do for you. And then that's when the judge tells him to start wrapping it up because he's been talking like 3 times as long as the other victims' impact statements. He's been called a snitch. They don't criticize me for the crime. They criticize me for the plea I took. I'm not sure who that is, but okay. Judge tells him to wrap it up, to which he says, Jesus has a cost. Obedience, repentance, and commitment. My head's starting to hurt. And then the judge says, that further demonstrates the role the court doesn't serve, that I don't factor in religion the same way I don't factor in emotions, and that the judge allowed the victims to walk out. And then, now here's what I posted in the chat. Like, if the judge already knows what he's going to sentence them, why even let them do an allocution? And I guess that's for, the victims. It's a chance for the defendants to say, I'm sorry to the victims, I guess. So then he gives them aggravated murder, counts 1 through 8. He gave them life for all of that. Then he gave them like 11 years. There's some burglary in there. I didn't catch all of it. I kind of stopped after the 8 life sentences. This was big. He got 8 months for basically SA with a minor. So Hannah was like, they hooked up when she was 13. She had Sophia when she was 15. So they were messing around when she was 14. And I think he's about 5 years older than her. So he was 20. How many years has he served and how many left before parole board speech? He served 2,444 days. So what is that divided by? 365. Let's see if we can do some quick math here. 2,444 divided by 365. Seems like about 6 years he's been, 6.5 years he's been in jail. So he's already served 6 years. Now here's where it gets it. Yeah, so he has to register as a violent offender and a sex offender, but he has the opportunity of parole after 20 years because you cooperated. That threw a lot of us, including myself, for a loop. So he was trying to reconcile his mom's sentencing being light because of she could have stepped in and stopped it, that she gets 30 years max, but he gets 8 life sentences. So he's giving him parole after 20 years because of he cooperated. And then he says he's not going to sign off on any deal. So we're going to have to hear more about that when Billy comes on, which I'm hoping for will be this feed, yeah. But we created another feed, so we'll have to end this feed and then portal people over, or just continue on with this. Yeah. All right. So we'll just stay here.
How old is Jake now?
Jake, I think, was 32. I think I posted that. Hold on. Let me find out. Let me do some research for you. How old is Jake Wagner? So now it's saying Hines sentenced him to 8 life sentences with the possibility of parole after 32 years. I heard after 30, but this note is saying after 32 years. Let me see if I can find out how old, excuse me, how old is Jake Wagner? Somebody in the chat can find it before me. Please drop it in. I'm looking up how old is Jake Wagner. It's a game. What?
Widespread panic said he's 32.
He's 32. That's what I thought as well. I thought he was 32 as well. All right, so we'll just go with these 32. He's 32 now. He did get life sentences for each one. He got 8 life sentences, but he apparently is going to be out of. He has opportunity to for parole. After 32 years, according to that news article I just read. I thought it was after 20 years. That's what my note said. Yes, Mag in Florida. he was the shooter. He was the trigger man. Because as he tells it during George's trial, which we didn't watch, but we were doing some deep diving there. George was supposed to do the shooting, and then he kind of, I guess he chickened out or he didn't, and then Jake grabbed the gun, and at least he took care of a few people. Hey, Candy Kitten. Chris Wallace, why was the judge reprimanding the prosecution? He really blasted her. Yeah, the last pretrial hearing with Billy, they were going at it as well. Judge doesn't like being talked over. He feels like she was talking over him. She should have brought in, I guess there were some documents or something she should have brought in, and she didn't, or she wasn't as prepared as she should have been. Yeah, and he doesn't like it when she talks over him. So, Jennifer says Jake is 32 because he was 26 when it happened. Okay. And Hannah was 20. okay, wait a minute. This happened in 2018. So that's 6 years ago, going on 7 years now. So, okay, yep. So that means Hannah was 20. So if she was, so that's 6 years. They're 5-6 years different. Yeah. So when she had Sophia, he was 20. She was 15. Oy. Ohio strong. Yeah. Jennifer says this was their ages at the time of the crime. Yeah. This happened in 2016. I have it in 2018 that it happened. Now, Angela Wagner, I have she is 50 in 2021. That was what I found. So she was 50 in 2021, so it's like 54 now? 53, 54. So Billy's 47. Is that now or is that then? And I thought this happened in April of 2018. Why is everybody saying 2016? Are my notes wrong? Let me look this up. 2016 massacre. Okay. Oh, maybe he was arrested in 2018. All right, when did this actually happen? All right, I got to change my notes then. Okay, April, okay, so I have 2018. I got to change that to 2016. All right, thanks, chat. We'll change that. Sure, so it happened in 2016. 2016, not 2018. This is good. Thank you, chat, for popping in on that. Okay, so in my other description, I have 2016. I just got this description incorrect. 2018. Okay, so we'll fix that. And then he was arrested November 13th of 2018. That I think I have. Let me see. Yes. So he was arrested November 13th, 2018. Yep. Thank you for that. They were arrested in 2018, Ronnie says. Yes. Jenny as well. Yeah, Jennifer, yep, November 13th. And he was arrested in Kentucky, I believe. He wasn't across the border from Cincinnati. I have that in the other description of Billy. Yeah, so he was arrested November 13th of 2018 in Lexington, Kentucky. That was Billy. Now, we're waiting, I'm hoping that at 1 o'clock he's scheduled to go on as a pre-trial. And he was supposed to start his trial on Monday the 6th, but then there's some rumblings that might not happen, and it's not going to take place in Pike County. The judge allowed him to be, his trial to take place in another county. Angela wanted to be able to see her grandchildren, so she took the plea. Yes, Jennifer, April 21st, 2016, yeah. So Tammy E., so she wanted to see her grandchildren, but she's 50-ish right now, 50, let's just say she's 50. 30 years, she's going to be 80. She's going to be 80 to 85 in 30 years. Her grandchildren are going to have grandchildren. She'll be a great-grandmother by then. How many days did the 4-day-old infant lay in blood before being rescued? Mandy asks. I do not know. Let's do some research. That's going to be really difficult to find out. But how much time did George get? Let me look that up. Baca. Let's see. George Wagner. Has he been sentenced? Sentencing. Has George been sentenced? I know his trial was a few years ago. Okay, so he wants a new trial, apparently. Of course he does. So he was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. All right. So here's what George got. Currently serving 8 life sentences and 121 years on 16 other charges. So that's George. Yes, he's appealing it. We see that. So he is appealing that. He wants a new trial. Pike County Common Pleas Court allowed state prosecutors to make several errors during George's 3-month trial, so all of his charges, including 8 counts, should be thrown out, his attorneys alleged. This was June of 2024. Life sentences are running consecutively. There's reasonable probability that jurors were swayed by these errors, which demands reversal in a new trial, his attorney said. The DP was taken off the table after his brother and mother testified against him. So he filed a notice of appeal in early 2023, but this is the first time we are seeing specific allegations of why he feels he's entitled to a new trial. Oh, this is good, guys. Here, check this out. It is impossible to say beyond a reasonable doubt that jurors did not lose their way and convict George because they thought he was just like his criminal family members. He had probably committed the charged crimes because he had acted wrongfully and criminally in the past. He was lying consistent with his character and advice from his lawyers, and an acquittal would dishonor... Oh, we got Kitty throwing up. An acquittal would dishonor the victims and disappoint their family members and who have already suffered so much, the brief states. So, jurors who were more likely to sign a DP verdict and were statistically more likely to enter conviction were selected, and then the DP option was removed. Of the jurors who did serve, 2 of them had direct personal connections to the victims. That Jake and his father Billy, wow, so 2 of them had direct personal connections. Interesting. For weeks at the start of the trial, the state saturated the minds of the jurors with the images of faces they had seen before in their daily lives, now gruesomely dead, and the reactions of family members who lost loved ones. When the state finally got around to admitting evidence related to George, it was largely meant to connect him to his family members through prior crimes and wrongs under the guise of establishing an ongoing scheme to commit crimes together or to show that he and his family owned a significant arsenal of firearms. Jurors were even given some evidence of firearms the state admitted had nothing to do with the case at hand. Holy smokes. Which had either been withdrawn from evidence or excluded by the trial court. During closing arguments, the state accused defense counsel of knowing that George was lying and coaching his testimony. So the jury found him guilty on all 22 charges, and they deliberated for less than a day. That's pretty interesting. I didn't watch the case, so I don't know. I don't know what happened there, but there were 2 jurors had personal connection to the victims. That's why they're asking for a retrial. That's pretty intense. And that the state was showing firearms that weren't used in the case. That doesn't seem right either. Right? Interesting. So 5 members of the Rhoden family are buried on a hillside in Scioto Burial Park in McDermott, Ohio. So it's Christopher, 40, his wife Dana, 37, their 3 children. Hannah, who was 19, Frankie, who was 20, and Christopher Jr., who was 16. Like, why? Yeah, I don't know. Well, he's going to say, why kill those kids? But if they were witnesses. So Hannah was 13 and Jake was 18. And she became pregnant at 15. They broke up after their daughter was born, so there you go. So Angela, 52, Billy, 51, were all indicted. So this was written in June of 2024. All right, so does that answer your questions, guys? Jake's 28, Angela's 52, Billy's 51. So if she's 52 and she gets 30 years, she's going to be 82 when she gets out. And Jake was 18 when they started dating. He was dating a 13-year-old at 18, and then she became pregnant at 15, so he was 20 years old. So, and then they broke up. So both the state and defense agreed George didn't shoot or kill anyone, but that's where the similarities ended. He was complicit in that. Yeah, this is all good stuff. This is a good article. I'm going to jot all this down. Oh, so the previous judge retired due to health reasons. Yeah, Pammy, he didn't actually pull the trigger. He couldn't, and then Jake grabbed the gun and started doing what he was doing. Mom was just as complicit but got less time, Baca. Yeah, well, that's what the judge was trying to today. Judge Hine was trying to justify sending Jake away for 8 life sentences, whereas Mom only got 30 years and she could have stopped everything with just a phone call. So the trigger man he's going to have a chance at parole, but the 2 people that, yeah, that's interesting that George got hammered and he didn't even pull the trigger, and yet the guy who did pull the trigger is going to get parole after 32 years. Where's the justice in that? That doesn't make sense. See now here, okay, this was written today and it says Angela Wagner 54. All right, I'm going to go with that. So Angela's 54. Let's go with that. Angela is 54. Angela is 54.
So
she's not 52. She's 54. We're going to go with Angela's 54. So that means Billy might be 53 then. Seems like he's a year younger. All right, Chad, I'm just going to step away for just a minute or two and just grab some food while we wait to see what happens. So stick around. We know Billy's coming up because there's definitely some activity going on. So we'll just hang tight. Okay, chat. We're going to end this stream, and then I'm going to portal you over to the other stream because we want to keep this separate, the sentencing from Billy Wagner. So we're going to end this stream, right? And then we're going to portal everybody over. All right? So hold on to your hats, your socks, your mittens, and everything in between. So I'm going to end this stream.
Really?
All right? We're going to end this stream. And then I'm going to, hopefully everybody will be portaled over. All right? Are we ready? Stream is ending. Whee, a field trip. Tie shoes tightly. All right, here we go, guys. Stream is ending. Here, I'll even say it here. We are... Okay.